Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Hey Ben, sorry for being a little late. How are you?
Good, good.
Do you happen to have any headphones by any chance? Or maybe you're already using them.
Um, I I do. Why is my audio coming through pretty shitty?
Yeah, but it might be because of the echo in your us. And we are live. Welcome, Ben, to Botez Live. I love how this is going to be your first ever chess stream. It might be a little bit more chaotic than you expect.
I'm ready for it.
You're ready for it? Well, this is really exciting. You're actually the first person I'm coaching on stream for the Cryptochamps tournament, which is actually happening tomorrow. So it reminds me a little bit of when people cram for an exam in college.
Yeah, this is the first time I've played in a chess tournament since 8th grade.
Since 8th grade. Okay, so in other words, you're very prepared, not rusty at all.
Exactly.
Oh, well, I'm actually curious. So when did chess.com reach out to you about this event? How long have you known for?
So I got pinged on it maybe a few weeks ago, and I've been much more active in kind of playing Blitz ever since, just to prepare for it. Maybe I've been reading up on some chess theory, figuring out what openings I'm going to play, watching Queen's Gambit, doing all the things that one would do to prepare for a chess tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure Queen's Gambit is very helpful for the training, but at least it gives you motivation. It gets the story arc there. So for everybody joining, this is Ben Foreman. He is the founder of Parify Capital. You guys are an investment firm that invests in DeFi?
Yeah, DeFi, decentralized finance, which is like one part of the blockchain and crypto ecosystem.
That's really exciting. What stages do you guys invest at?
So we do everything. So we invest very early stage in developer teams that are launching these crypto applications, and then we also buy stuff in liquid markets that just trades 24/7. And so we have a research team that analyzes projects, looks at data, and then we have portfolios that we manage in the space. So it's a full-time kind of endeavor. There's a lot going on in crypto, but it's super exciting.
Yeah, that is really exciting. When did you launch the fund?
So we launched this in early 2018. So we're in our 4th year.
Oh, okay. So you guys were pretty early in on there. I guess that was when a big wave of funds started happening, or I guess it was after 2017. So you guys were able to get in there at a really good time.
Yeah, I was like working in traditional finance, and I got involved with crypto in 2013, just like learning about Bitcoin, getting up to speed on it. But it was kind of my nights and weekends hobby. And then there was a huge bull market in 2017, and I quit my job to start this, which at the time, the timing could not have been worse, because that was like literally the peak of the market. Everything went down.
Right. How did you feel after the price just collapsed in 2018 and you just quit your job to start this fund?
Not like, yeah, I'd be lying if I said it felt good. No, it was, it was very bad timing in the short term, but I always took a longer term view, and kind of, we thankfully stuck with it. And, now the space is like really taking off. It's a lot of exciting stuff happening. Well, now everyone's involved.
That's true. Now everybody likes to be involved and talk about it when the market is doing well. We'll see what happens if there's any more downturns. But enough about crypto. You do that all the time. You're here to play some chess. So your rating is about 1300, and tomorrow, I'm not sure the rating range, but I know that people are in a pretty similar rating range to you. And today, what I had planned was that we could do a practice game with the same time control that you're going to be playing tomorrow. Since the tournament is so soon, I thought it would be helpful to at least get situated with how long you have. And I'm going to basically find somebody who's around your level who you could play a practice game. And when we do it, it'll be really helpful if you're thinking your thoughts out loud. I'll be listening and I'll be giving some feedback. So it's not going to be a completely one-on-one game, so that I could be able to help. And perfect. Also, towards the end, if you have any specific questions like openings that are bothering you, things with specific prep, we could do that as well. Otherwise, I could try to help you just train some things generally. If I see anything with the way you're thinking that maybe can apply into tomorrow, and also just make you a better chess player, because even when you do a lesson, one lesson can only go so far, especially when the tournament is tomorrow, but at least it's some prep.
That sounds great.
Okay, cool. So let me check if my system was able to get somebody between 13 to 1400 yet. Otherwise, are there any subs who are between 1300 to 1500 chess.com rating who would like to do the first practice game with Ben? I believe the time format is going to be 10 minutes and 2 second increments. So it's going to be 10 seconds and 5 second increment. Were you able to look at the format already, or would it be helpful to review it?
I know. I think it's 10. Yeah, 10 plus 2.
And
So I'm used to playing like 5 minutes. So this is actually like a little bit more time.
okay, perfect. Um, I guess we could put you against the 1600, and I'll just help and give you a little bit more time. So yeah, Vila, we're gonna play against you. So if you could get in chess.com/live, I'm gonna set up the game. So let's just get over in here. Okay. Do you want to start with the white side of the pieces or the black side? Which one are you less comfortable with?
But I'm open to either. I mean, when I'm black, I usually play the Sicilian, but on white, you know, I've been kind of switching it up. I'm okay with either.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So your username is B Foreman. Okay, perfect. I'm just setting up the match now. Okay, so can you make sure that the URL says chess.com/live? Basically, this will let me have admin powers to put you into a game.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Chess.com.
Yeah.
Chess.com
/live. Yeah.
/live. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay.
Good?
Great. Chess.com/live.
Okay, awesome. Let me see. All right, perfect. So your guys' ratings are not accurate here. Did I accidentally put you guys in a rated game? If I did, maybe just abort so I can fix it.
Is this against Vila?
Yeah. Does it say it's rated?
It is, but I mean.
Yeah, do you mind just clicking abort? I'm gonna put the same game back. I'm just gonna make it unrated because oh, actually never mind. It is unrated. You're good. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I take your time with this. If you need more time, I'm gonna add it. But what would be very helpful is if you say your thoughts out loud. This way, if there's something that I could help with, I'll be able to hear it.
Sure. So, yeah, I mean, I've usually played the Sicilian. So it's just okay. So knight to C3, or sorry, knight to F3. And usually I play my knight behind my pawn here. This is like pretty standard. Stop me if like this doesn't make sense.
No, this looks good so far. I don't play the Sicilian, but I'm checking it over to see if any of the moves you make are incorrect. So you don't have to play perfect theory for the tournament also, as long as you're not, blundering or getting in worse positions over and over out of the same opening.
Yeah, usually I play like my rook pawn up 1 just to protect this square here, because otherwise I get worried like bishop's going to come over and apply pressure.
Okay. Yeah,
which I think is theory, but okay, so
yeah, this looks like open Sicilian theory, so I think you're so far so good.
Yeah, so this is kind of like one of the things I struggle with is like, either queen pawn up 1 to like develop the bishop, or I fianchetto like my king bishop. I think I'm just going to do that.
So I think d6, the move you first suggested, is what is most recommended in that position to take your bishop out. But I don't think you're going to get punished for move order here. So going to fianchetto your bishop, you're going to do that regardless. I think that's totally fine so far.
Got it. Okay, well, I can play it now, or I guess I'll fianchetto now and then wait to play it. By the way, is there any way to get like the numbers and the letters on here?
Yes, there is. If you go to the little settings gear in the top right, there's one that says coordinates, and if it's probably on none right now, but if you go on inside or outside, it'll fix it for you.
Okay. Settings.
And I can send you board
coordinates.
Perfect.
Outside board.
Yeah.
Perfect. Save. Okay, maybe it won't update for this game, but okay, well, in this position, I think I'm just going to continue with development and play d6.
Okay, so far so good. I'm curious to see how you start planning once you get out of the opening.
Yeah.
And yeah, don't underestimate him. He's not actually 800.
Yeah. So this move is like kind of interesting because I guess he's exposing like I guess maybe he's going to castle queenside. But it's kind of like, and I guess he's planning on pushing this like king bishop pawn forward one square.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, so you have a really good intuition for the fact that he's trying to be more aggressive in this position. It's not clear yet which side he's going to castle, but you can tell that he's going for something more aggressive, and you have to watch out for f5, maybe not necessarily here, but at some point, just to not be afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of playing like effectively
months.
playing e5.
So one thing I'd recommend is why are you pushing the pawn to e5 first?
I mean, I guess like, you know, it threatens his knight. So it effectively controls d4. And if he trades and I trade, then, you know, I've like alleviated some pressure that he's applying.
Okay,
Like
and what about does e5 cause any weaknesses in your position? Because always be careful in general when pushing your pawns towards the center, especially when you haven't castled your king, just to make sure that you're not also creating weaknesses.
Yeah, it's a good. I mean, I guess it exposes d6. Like it could eventually expose d6, or I mean, I guess he could also play. He could play f5. Is that f5? Yeah.
Yeah, he could plan for f5. I guess you'd have to move his knight first. But you were correct. So with e5, you're potentially creating a backwards pawn on d6. Also, if your pawn gets traded on e5, you just have to be careful to not block your own bishop. And if the f file opens, let's say you push e5, he recaptures with his f pawn, you take back with your pawn to kick out his knight, then the f file, once he castles, he's going to castle earlier and put pressure on f7. So that's why you want to be careful to not open too early here.
Got it. Okay, well, I mean, I guess like one play here is to play e6 and kind of, I guess that would allow me to eventually develop my knight to e7 and allow me to castle.
Yeah, I like that plan a lot. It also blocks your bishop, so maybe knight f6 is more accurate, but I like the fact that you're creating this plan to develop your pieces, and especially when people are, you know, let's say around like 13 to 1500, I don't focus too much on the move order and the openings because it'll almost never get punished.
Okay, so I'll play this. Queen forward. I guess this is so I guess he's beating me on development right now. Is this a he or she?
It's a he.
It's a he.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna play my knight to e7. My castle.
Okay. So here he has. Oh, okay. He's not seeing things. He's playing very aggressively against you. One thing that he missed is he could have taken your knight on c6, which would have opened up his queen and his rook to capture the pawn on d6. So you know that's coming. Try to see if you could do anything about that threat so you don't end up losing the pawn.
I mean, I guess like thinking out loud, I mean, I could play like d5. But actually, no, that would end up losing my. No, that's not the right move.
In general, trying to think of moving your pawn is good in this situation. It just doesn't work because of tactical elements. But the way you're approaching it is correct.
What? Yeah, this
is a tricky position because you're gonna have to find how to try to save the pawn, or at least if you're gonna give up the pawn, make it complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I could kind of be more aggressive and play e5 and attack his knight.
Mm-hmm.
I could also like exchange knights here, but I guess that doesn't really like do much for me.
So actually trying to exchange knights is helpful in this situation because then at least he can't take your knight on c6, attack your queen, and put pressure on the d6 pawn. So it does buy you a little bit of time, but you'd have to find the continuation to it.
Right. Yeah. Well, like what I struggle with is like at that point, like this d6 pawn is kind of it. Like it's going to be tough. Like there's no other piece that could like easily defend it.
Okay, so I think that's fair. So let's say you get in a situation like this in the tournament, you realize that you're going to get down material. One thing that's really helpful is to at least make the position more complicated or go on the offense. If you can't save something, then at least try to make the situation hard for your opponent. So let's see how you'd continue in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking D5 feels.
Sure,
Feels
let's
okay
go for D5. At least you're trading some things off. I was thinking of B5, just to push the bishop back and try to create an attack against his king side. But I like D5 as well because it's one of the most aggressive options.
I mean, if he plays pawn takes pawn, I play pawn takes pawn.
Mm-hmm.
He plays like knight takes, I play knight takes. I guess we're like at that point, material wise, we're even, and it seems like position wise, he's like a little bit better.
Why is he better? Oh, he's giving you chances here.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't so I guess like taking back with the knight, or well, I guess I have three options. I can play knight takes knight,
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes knight, or pawn takes bishop.
Right.
Actually, no, I can't play pawn takes bishop. I gotta take the knight first because he's attacking my queen.
Correct.
By the way, couldn't I do something like a little bit crazy and play bishop takes knight, attacking his queen? If he plays knight takes queen, I play bishop takes queen, check. He takes back, I take back. I don't know if that like gets me much.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at bishop takes c3, but the only thing is he wouldn't end up taking your queen. He would just recapture the knight, and then you're in the same position, but you traded off the long square bishop, which you want to keep because it's one of your most powerful pieces in the open Sicilian.
Got it. So that's probably not the right approach.
But the tactical find in the variation you gave was correct. It would just be the fact that he wouldn't actually go for that and he would just recapture. But what you did in this situation is you basically saw all of the three main captures in this position, and that's how you should be approaching it. You should be looking at breadth first, then depth. So now you have those three options, and you could basically rule out which one you think is the best.
Got it. Okay,
And I guess it's more like two realistic options.
Yeah, so I think I guess like I'm leaning towards like pawn takes knight here. I know it like isolates my pawn on the A file, which isn't a good thing, but ultimately it actually also opens up a line on the B file. So I kind of like that.
What other thing does taking with the pawn do in this position that's really important?
Well, I mean, it protects, it adds another piece that protects my pawn on d5.
Exactly. So once you bring the pawn over, you're also opening it up and you're protecting the pawn on d5, so you're not going to lose it anymore. That's why this move was a mistake for him.
Okay, I'm going to take.
He's just throwing away his advantage. This is going to be really nice for you.
Quick responses here. So, okay, so I guess I still have my mind on this like fianchettoed bishop that I could like, but I guess that doesn't get me much at this point.
Right. So try not to get baited by trading off your fianchettoed bishop in open Sicilians, because you could trade it off, but if you don't have a bishop on g7, then all of your dark squares by your king are going to be very weak, but also you're not going to be able to get as strong attacks, because if that knight ever leaves c3, let's say you have your rook on b8, then you'd be putting pressure on the pawn on b2. So it's a very strong piece, both for protecting and attacking.
Got it. So maybe So here, I guess it's really a matter of like, do I want to recapture with, I don't think I want to recapture with my knight. I just don't know that.
Right. So again, so what three options are you considering here?
So I'm considering recapturing with my with the pawn on e6, the pawn on c6,
Mm-hmm.
or the knight.
Yeah,
Those are like,
perfect. And I'm sure you're already doing this, but I just like to train it like a muscle to consider all three, because sometimes you'll play quickly and you'll miss one, which was maybe the obvious one. So whenever there's a capture, try to make sure you've looked at all of the options first, just to make sure you didn't overlook something and go deep into one variation.
am I miss? Did I miss one of them
Nope,
here?
you got all three. You got the E pawn, C pawn, and the knight. Now you just have to decide which one you think is best.
Yeah, I mean, the knight like brings my knight into the middle of the board, which is great. I mean, I think ultimately like he would probably just he could just trade knights, which would be fine. I would just recapture with my c pawn, and have two connected pawns in the center of the board, which I think is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, maybe recapturing with my knight is pretty good. If I don't love like recapturing with my king pawn here because it feels like it kind of like if I have a chance to move a pawn into the towards the middle of the board versus uh, away, it's probably not a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it creates weakness in the pawn structure on c6. Uh,
That's fair, because when you have two pawns, they're usually called hanging pawns, because if one pushes so that they're on the same line, they end up being weak. So they often end up stuck in positions like that. So I do like your analysis for e takes d5. I'll let you pick whichever you think, knight or pawn, and then I'll give my analysis after.
Yeah, I guess I'm leaning towards this taking with the c pawn because I worry if I take with the knight, he may not trade knights, and then at that point, this pawn is pretty weak. So I'm going to take with this pawn.
Yeah, I like that. So you're fixing your pawn structure, c takes d5, because before, you could have had an isolated pawn if you took with the knight. I think this was the best move. Knight takes d5 was also interesting just because it's an aggressive piece, but in terms of playing well positionally and keeping your pawn structure, I like c takes d5 a lot.
So this is like, and I guess, okay, so I guess in this position, I just want to complete development. I know that's like
That's
important.
perfect. Yep.
So I was going to move my bishop just off the back rank. I guess I have two options, B file or D file.
Mm-hmm.
And which one's better? Actually, you know what? I think the B file is pretty interesting because I can create some offensive tactics by playing my D pawn forward at a later point, and attacking the bishop and knight in the.
Yeah, go for it.
Hopefully he's not listening to this because I wouldn't.
No, don't worry. He's not often listening to the stream. He's actually our day-to-day assistant as well, so I trust him. Okay, bishop b7. I thought bishop d7 and bishop b7 were both good options here, but I liked your reasoning for why you wanted to play bishop b7. So now that you've developed your pieces, what do you think your middle term plan is?
Well, I think that I'm actually like pretty happy with this position because I like my pawn structure, and then I think it's good that like the B and C files are open. I'd like to start like moving my rooks over and like creating lines like towards this king.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love like my A pawn just kind of hanging there,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe I can continue to push it. So he okay. So rook to f1.
Mm-hmm.
So he like I guess like if he wanted to play f5 and create pressure there, like that I guess wouldn't be great for me because it's gonna mess up my pawn structure, and I can't just like let it sit because then he could play f6.
So if he plays f5, let's say it was his turn in this position, what would you do?
Well, actually, I mean, I guess if he played F5, I would play, E takes F. I love the coordinates on here, by the way, because I'm like, it's like backwards.
Yeah. Oh, are the coordinates okay or they're confusing?
No, no, they're not on here. I changed the set. Can I, if I refresh this screen,
Yeah,
will it?
try refreshing. It's gonna make your life easier if you have coordinates and we're discussing them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, okay, there we go.
are they?
Perfect.
They're back on. Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
amazing. Yeah, the coordinates are on now. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like, okay, look, if he plays F5, I play E6 takes
So
F5.
this is why I was trying to train the muscle in you. If he goes F5, what options do you have to recapture it with?
Okay, so I can recapture with the G pawn or the E pawn.
Yep.
Ultimately, like, I like the G pawn is tough because it's gonna, it kind of like fractures my like pawn structure around my king, and then I think he could create like offensive tactics on the G file. So it feels like to me like capturing with my E pawn is probably the better play.
So what is your E pawn defending right now?
It's defending like D5,
Right.
but I have three pieces defending D5. I have my knight, my bishop, and my queen. He has knight, queen, and rook attacking it. So I don't think he could.
And bishop.
Oh, and bishop. That's right.
So if you're planning to give your pawn on D5, say because you win the pawn on F5 and you want to keep your kingside pawns, that is one way to think about it, and it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that you saw D5 was hanging. And I like your analysis for why you didn't want to take with a G pawn, because truly you do want to be careful when opening your king. Still, if he pushes F5 and you take with a G pawn, he takes with his G pawn, you could recapture with the knight. So you do end up winning a pawn, but your king is exposed, so maybe you don't want that. And if you wanted to go for your variation instead with E takes F5, that's okay, just so long as you're comfortable with giving the pawn on D5 and you think it's a fair exchange. So it's just about getting to the end of those variations so that you can, properly decide which one you think is better for you.
I guess like if I play like if he ends up playing F5 and I play like E takes F5, and then even if he ends up capturing my pawn on D5, like I end up winning a pawn, his G pawn, right? So ultimately, like I guess it's like a material trade. Like,
okay,
I guess from a material standpoint, we end up equivalent, but he probably has created more openings in his position in terms of he's kind of trading his F and G pawns for my E and D pawns in a way.
Okay. So do you think you should be worried about F5 here?
I'm not too worried about it, but like, it's not ideal. Like I'm not loving it.
Yeah, so you can keep an eye on it, but you don't have to necessarily react to it. But it's great that you basically understood the reason why he played Rook F1. You saw what he's threatening, you calculated it, and now it's basically up to you to decide if you want to just continue on with your plan or if you feel like you have to be defensive against F5.
Yeah. Yeah, fair point. I mean, I'm actually like, there are a couple things I see offensively that I'm interested in. Well, I was thinking about playing, my rook to C8, because that threatens bishop takes knight on C3 and like causes him to take back with his pawn and kind of messing up his king structure. I don't know if that's like good enough to do.
I like the move Rook C8 a lot. You usually still don't want to trade off your bishop. Honestly, in the Open Sicilian, sometimes they even sacrifice the rook for a knight. But you can always add more pieces on the knight on C3. And let's say you were to win a knight and a pawn, then maybe it could become worth it. But usually just be very careful if you decide to trade off your bishop. But Rook C8 is still a good move because you're developing the rook, putting it on a semi-open file. And even if you don't take the knight on C3 right away, you always have that as an option in the future. Let's say if the queen moves away from the knight, or if you maybe attack it with another piece, including your queen.
Oh, I'm going to move it over.
Yeah. So if you were to evaluate this position, who do you think is better so far? Or if maybe it's even?
You know, I think it feels like he's a little better
Hmm.
in this position, just a little, like, uh, because he's fully developed. Like my queen's still on the back rank, and um, and I have an isolated pawn. So I don't know. What would you say? I'm like slightly behind here.
I would say this position is pretty double-edged, especially when you're castling opposite sides. If you were going into an endgame and you had the isolated pawn on a6, then I would say that's better for white's pawn structure. But because you have an isolated pawn on a6, you also have an open file on the c and b file to put pressure on his king. So in this position, honestly, it could go either way. It's just one of those positions where you really have to start creating some kind of attack. Otherwise, white will probably prepare to pry open your king side.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess he plays knight here. I'm just trying to figure out what he was trying to accomplish with this move. To move his knight eventually over to g3. It's just not clear to me what he's trying to do there. I guess he's trying to move it off. Maybe it was defensive to move it off of c3. Yeah, I guess, sometimes like I struggle at this point in the game. It's like, from an attack standpoint, like I just don't, there aren't like very clear lines for me to attack in this position. Like, I guess I could, try to figure out something with this a pawn. I can play my knight. Like this knight isn't really useful on e7, because even if I play it to c6, okay, then what? Like I can't play it to like b4 or a5 after that. Yeah, so like I guess
So one thing you did well is you identified your piece here, which isn't doing very much. So that usually is referred to as prophylactic thinking. Usually when a position is slow or you don't have a direct way to attack, one thing you could do is just find your pieces which are not on their ideal squares and just try to improve their position a little bit. So knight c6 is definitely an interesting idea because it controls d4 and e5. It is a very slow plan. And also, if you play knight c6, there is a sharp line that you have to calculate. What would that line be?
well, I guess if I play knight, the knight is useful in this square because it's guarding f5.
Mm-hmm.
And like, in that line where he plays f5 and there's some like recapturing, like I think if I move my knight to c6, I kind of, that line doesn't look quite as good for me, because then if he plays f5, I capture. Yeah, I mean that's actually like not good, right? If I move my knight to c6, because if he plays f5, I play e takes f, he plays g takes f.
If he pushes f5, do you have to recapture?
I think I do, because then he could play pawn to f6.
Can he
And
play pawn to f6? Right away, let's say knight c6, f5, and let's give white another move. Let's say f6. What would happen in that situation?
I guess that's a good point, because, well, I guess he can't play pawn to f. Oh, he could at that point. I could just play my bishop back to h8.
You could actually take the pawn on f6 because you're attacking it twice with your queen. So he could try to go for f6 in the future, but when you move your knight, the square on f6 is going to be protected by both the bishop and the queen.
Got it. That's a good point.
But if you saw this line and you thought it's too complicated and you want to hold f5, that's also totally fine. You could just try to think of other ways to improve your position here.
No, I actually think I think that's right. I'm gonna go knight to c6. I like that.
Okay, and then you have to come up with a plan if he decides to push f5. One thing that will save you time in the tournament is if you just try to find their scariest line and think about that on their time. And I think after this game, we can maybe do one where I'm not going to talk. It's going to be the exact same time format, just so I could look and see how you're managing your time.
Got it.
Because that's probably the best way to actually prepare for the games tomorrow, so that you don't go on the first one and like end up taking too long in the opening or something.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so king over to b1. I mean, I guess he's like, there's some tactics along the C file. Maybe he's like moving his king over there, but it's not intuitive to me. Like, I don't think that really accomplishes much, actually.
So king b1 is a very common idea in the Sicilian, and I'm telling you this because it'll apply to a lot of your games if you're playing this opening. And usually what white tries to do is just get their king off of the semi-open file, because sometimes if you go later, there'll be tactics. So it's basically white saying they don't really know what to do here either. They just want to get their king to a safer position. So it's not a very scary move.
Yeah,
But it's one you'll see very commonly.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of gives up some of his like momentum on the attacking side. I mean, so I wonder if, so like, I think rook to e8 is interesting for me here because it allows me to like maybe eventually play e5, which could be an interesting move down the road. Obviously, if I play e5, it allows him to play pawn f5, and maybe they're more like I have one less piece guarding that square.
So I think you have the right move, but the wrong reasoning. Rook e8 I like because, again, I think you have time in this position and you are putting your rook to a better square. But what would be the issue with pushing your pawn to e5 potentially, other than f5?
D5,
Yeah.
becomes exposed.
So whenever you have a strong pawn chain like this, going from the pawn to f7 to the pawn on d5, just be very careful when you push your pawns to make sure that you're not leaving one of them hanging. I like rook e8 because if he ever does push f5 and you end up taking, you open up the file. So it's another one of those moves that's slowly preparing for any openings. You can make it quickly, and it's moving one of your pieces that's not developed.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm going to do that.
Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. He's playing speedy quick here.
C3. Could he be positioning to play his bishop back to C2, white bishop back to C2, adding another line of attack on F5 if he pushes F5, like F5?
Yep. He definitely can be making space. He's also trying to be a little bit defensive here and hold a square on D4, maybe put another pawn on the dark diagonal so that your bishop is not too annoying. He's playing very, very slowly here.
So one idea here is knight to A5, with the idea of eventually moving knight to C4 and attacking both his queen and bishop at the same time.
Knight A5, I like that a lot. This wasn't a move you could do before, but you can now.
Yeah, because he played his pawn up, so his queen's not guarding the.
Yeah, that's actually you're playing this game very well. I think you'd be really good at classical chess, actually.
Classical chess being like not blitz?
Yes, because you said you play mostly blitz, but classical time formats, you actually have time to think. So this is a very good sign so far. Now I think you're starting to get the advantage in the position because he's been playing so passively. I mean, he still has his F5 idea, and that's his main trump card here, so you have to be careful about it. But now you have some really good play.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I should just continue and play knight to C4. I mean, that's, I think, a pretty strong move.
Yep.
Actually, and he's gonna have to play his queen back to C1, right? Otherwise, his bishop is exposed.
He can play his queen to C1. He also has one other move to defend his bishop. Can you try to find it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he can play queen to D3.
Yeah, so those are the two options, but your first intuition of queen C1 does look like the most likely move, so you could already start thinking what you're going to play if he goes queen C1.
I think if he goes queen C1, well, I love the idea of like, I think I can go on the offensive here, potentially. Like, I guess I'm thinking like, okay, does it make sense to like move my queen off the back rank and attack like the A2 pawn, but like I don't think I have much there. I'd let like, I guess the other thing is interesting. Sorry, I'm like vomiting all of my
No,
like
it's
random
actually very
thoughts.
helpful. It's very helpful because I can hear your thought process.
Yeah, I was thinking like I'd love to eventually get my queen to b6
Hmm.
because then I could play my knight to like a3 check and his pawn couldn't take back. And like there's a bunch of other, and then I have my fianchettoed bishop that's like attacking c3. And like obviously his knight on e2 is guarding it, but like he couldn't take back with his pawn. So I like all that. Um, I guess the other option here is just to play knight takes bishop and
Hmm.
trade a knight for a bishop, but his queen recaptures. I don't know that I love that though, because I feel like my knight's actually like better than his bishop right now, positionally. Um, so
This is really good analysis. It's very accurate so far. One thing that I did notice, that's been kind of a pattern with your thought process is sometimes there's positions where there's no move that's necessarily sharp, and that's okay. Sometimes you can just make moves that are a little bit slower that are going to help you with the plan.
yeah, um, I'm I'm thinking about like queen d6.
Queen d6. Okay, and what would be your plan after queen d6?
I don't really have a plan there. It's more just like getting my queen to the center of the board. Like, so one thing I like that it does is like if he eventually plays f5, I can take his pawn on h2. So
Hmm.
there's like a little bit of like a tempo. And then eventually, if I take his bishop with my knight later on, I can, uh, it just opens up more stuff on the right side of the board. I was also thinking about just playing a5, but I just don't know that that does much.
Hmm. Okay, well, let's go with your plan then. I wanna let see your moves in this position. The other queen move you could have considered was queen a5. Just in general, trying to bring the queen closer to the king. And you had the idea of trying to put your queen on the b6 square. If your queen was on a5, it could have potentially hopped to b5 after, which would have also put pressure on the king and try to get similar ideas to what you were thinking.
Right, right, that would have been good. I guess so now. Okay, so now this is like the core of the position. So okay,
Yes,
so
now you're at the tactical part, so let's see you put the pieces together.
okay, so I think I have three options here. Okay, so I think three like reasonable options worth
Mhm.
worth analyzing. I play e takes f. I can play queen takes h2, or I can
Mhm.
play knight takes bishop now, which I
Mhm.
think is interesting because that then I can play e takes f and take with like while also attacking his queen. So I think I guess like analyze them. So like e takes f,
Mhm.
he would then uh, I think e takes f is interesting
Okay.
because then I'm attacking the bishop with both my knight and my rook.
Yes, that's what
Um,
I was waiting for you to say. Nice observation.
I'm I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah, e takes f5. Once you saw that you're attacking the rook and the knight twice, I mean, this is just a crushing position for you. So, how confident do you feel that you could win this position if you had, say, 3 minutes on the clock?
I'm let me answer that in a second. Um,
Let me answer that after I think a little bit here. Yes, okay, sounds good.
wait, so okay, so yeah, like so this is like I think an interesting move because he defends his bishop while attacking my queen. But you know what I'm actually gonna do here? Queen b6 is super interesting because uh like it basically paralyzes his queen there to guard that b2 space. And yeah, I like that. Oh, and then I think there's also some other stuff it does, but I'm gonna play that. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds
Um,
good. I'm gonna let you use this
okay.
as a training game. So I'm not gonna give any more
Okay. Don't
suggestions.
give me any hints. I want
And
to.
if you want, so that you could play faster, you don't have to think out loud here. I'll just ask you after, so that you don't
Okay.
lose on time. Because
Okay.
I
Okay.
I want you to be able to have a practice game where you win in a
Fine.
little bit
I
of
know.
time pressure.
I've been like playing very slowly. So,
No, but that's good because I'm able to learn your playing style. But now, uh, I'll let you be quiet, and if you want, I'll mute myself and I'll comment on your games, and then I'll unmute
okay.
after, and we could
Okay.
discuss. So you could be totally focused. All right, guys. Hello, chat. Let's see if he can beat Vila. Put your suggestions. How do you make a game with a dynamic?
Knight a3.
Thinking about knight a3. That's a good move. Hi Snowy. Hi Telic. Hi everyone. So for those of you joining, chess.com is hosting this tournament. It is inviting a lot of people in the crypto space, and they asked me if I would do coaching, but we were traveling last week. So Vila, lovely Vila, scheduled all of the lessons today. So I'm going to be streaming for like 12 hours. It's going to be such a fun time. I actually really like teaching, so it's going to be great. I hope to God I'm muted and not distracting. Yeah, I am muted. Okay, great. Yeah, so we're going to just be doing back to back to back to back. Hog.
I think I play bishop takes knight here.
Uh-oh, let's hope he doesn't get in time pressure.
If he plays pawn takes, I play... No, actually, because he can play rook takes.
You can actually learn something? I hope so. I mean, here he's up a full... Not a full piece, but he can honestly even just capture this pawn and be greedy if he wants to. Let's see what he's going to go for. I like being greedy. I just want to make sure... Actually, I think you can take on c3 too. That's actually a really cute tactic. Professor Botez. Exactly. No, he's actually playing very well. Now I'm just curious how he does in time pressure. So we're gonna let him try to tread water here. No, that is a really cute tactic. I wonder if he'll see it. Okay, now his queen's under attack. He can't take because it's defended. Yep, good call. So he needs to move his queen. Please don't Botez Gambit.
Oh boy.
Don't Botez Gambit. The pirate, how's it going? Yeah, I think Vila was getting revenge or something. He scheduled lessons starting at 9 a.m. And yeah, I'll be going, and then yeah, it'll be great. Ooh, that is such a good move. He saw his queen, he's putting pressure on the king. I mean, he's honestly playing this flawlessly. Vila might be too weak of an opponent for him. Maybe without the help, maybe in 10-5. Why? I mean, who do you guys think would win? Him or Vila in 10-5? You can turn the tables by using Vila as the audience member. Yes, Vila, you're gonna be in on all of these practice games. Ooh, okay. I like that he's putting his rooks here. What would I have done instead? I think this is a pretty good move. He has 2 minutes here. He has to be a little bit careful. His king is going to be in a more dangerous position after these bishops are traded. But I mean, look how passive Vila's pieces are. So how is Vila 830? Yeah, exactly. Thanks, RLX. I really appreciate it.
Hi.
Thank you. Sup, chief. Okay, so he has to take here. He should be playing that a little bit faster. Okay, 8 seconds is fine. He has 10-second increments, so it's okay. What do you mean feels dank, man? Vila, I mean, that's what happens. You start working for Botez Live and you get worse at chess. It happened to me as well. Honestly, he's playing very well here. He has 2 minutes. Let's see if he can finish it off. He's up 2 pawns, but his king isn't in the safest position, but I think he's played it very well so far. Vila needs to play this. It's the most aggressive move. Ooh, he's scaring him. He's baiting him.
Good move.
Hi.
He's baiting him. He needs to come back and defend, I assume. Yeah, computer agrees. Okay, so queen c7. He has to defend this. Oh no, he's being put under pressure. Thanks, Vets and Cav. Appreciate the 10 months. I actually like sea shanties a lot, chef. English is hard. All right. Nice plants in the background. Thank you, Amen.
Oh man.
Don't panic.
Okay.
Come on, you gotta do something about this pawn. Queen f6 looks kind of scary. Chess is so complicated, isn't it? How do they get coaching from you? Well, chess.com basically asked me if I could do coaching and connected me with students. So that's what happened. And honestly, everybody playing is very interesting. And as you can tell, our first student, Ben, has a very good mind for chess, very intelligent, explaining things well. So it's fun to teach people like this. I'm glad he protected his f5 pawn. I wonder if he saw queen c7. I guess he was probably scared of queen f6. So this actually works. This is I know the computer likes this, but here I could put the evaluation on. The computer likes this position for Vila, but I think it's much harder for a human to play, and at their rating, it's not going to be that obvious. Here, I'll keep the eval bar on. Actually, I think.
Oh fuck! Are we playing with time?
Yeah, you have an extra 10 seconds each move.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And if you want, I can give you more. I can give you a
no,
little.
No.
Bit
It's
more.
okay. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. You got this. Don't panic.
Okay. Boom.
Yeah. He should be getting more time per move.
Oh fuck.
That was rough. That was rough. That was a blunder. He shouldn't have taken it, but he had to punish it here. I know. Chess is brutal. You play a really good game, then you have one bad move and it's rough.
Oh my
God. He might blunder back on the bright side. There's still some tricks here. Oh no. I feel bad, chat. There goes the rook. It was such a good game, and then the blunder came in. Time pressure is hard. Time pressure is hard. Vila, can you just blunder your rook back, please, so we can make it educational? Vila, I, as a job, mandate you to blunder your rook, okay? Or if you don't want to blunder a rook, just put your knight on e2, make it interesting, okay? Knight on e2, Vila. Seriously. Vila, I'm going to send you a Discord message. Put your knight on e2. Okay? Knight e2 for education. No, I mean, this has to be a training game. So just put your knight to e2. Make it interesting. Come on, Vila. Vila, just knight e2. This is not workplace bullying. Play knight e2. Okay, good. Good. Making it interesting. Good. Very nice. Okay, thanks, Zila. You'll get your PayPal. You'll get your PayPal soon. Workplace friendly hits. I'm gonna have like a lawsuit or something for workplace bullying, forcing Vila to give up his pieces. This is good. This family is so family friendly. If I were raising an English speaking baby daughter, I'd watch it with her. Thank you, Thaloris. I mean, we're doing chess lessons in a pretty serious mode. So yeah, today is going to be very family friendly. Actually paid actor. Okay, well, let's see if he can pull it off now. This is honestly still hard. You have chances now. Just careful with your time management.
Was that like a thoughtful sacrifice, or was he just...
We'll find out at the end of the game. Just focus on your plan.
Yeah, okay.
He knows.
This is so fucked up.
He knows. Chat, stop Pepe laughing. Get your Pepe laughs out of here. Honestly, this is still a hard game to win. He has to find the plan to protect his pawns. It's not that obvious. Well, the thing is, Ben would have lost the game otherwise, and this is going to make it a better practice game, right? Vila is higher rated, so this is making it a little bit more even and fixing. I think this is tricky with 20 seconds. 20 seconds to 3 minutes 30. I'd rather have Ben get another position where he practices, and I'll tell him after. I just don't want to ruin his psychology for this game. I mean, also, he obviously knows that Vila threw that, so... Little Pepe's. Okay, so queen a5. This is good. He's putting pressure on a2. I mean, this is a really tough position. I guess Vila could just play a3 and defend his pawn. Or can he take on e3? Is he going to survive that attack? Maybe. Honestly, maybe taking and sacking is the best idea here. This is really tough for Vila. At a minute on his clock, no. I want to see how he handles the time pressure. This is part of the training. It needs to be a position that you've worked for to actually feel like it's a tournament game, which is why I wanted Vila to throw. Because it's like runners, right? They try to sometimes practice as if it's the actual match itself. We're raising champions here, chat. We need him to actually care about the result of this game. He has 22 seconds. He is able to come back, but it's still tricky. I don't think he's going to time out. Guys, he has increment. He has 5 seconds increment. So he does need to be careful to not flag here. Uh-oh, 16 seconds. I'm going to tell him. 13 seconds, by the way.
I know. Okay.
All right. I just don't want him to flag. That would be painful. Okay, good. He's playing with so this is a perfect position to practice playing with time pressure. If he's not careful, and let's say Vila ends up winning the pawn on e4, this is a really, really tricky game for him. Okay, good. His queen's in the middle. Very nice, very nice. So he has to play king c1. I don't think Vila lost his rook, did he? No. Ooh, e3, queen d2 looks terrifying. If he doesn't play that, though, Vila's going to get his knight to c2. Okay, nice. Rook d1 maybe is forced here. He has to kick the queen out. You guys, I'm using Zoom camera because I'm going to be on a lot of Zoom calls, and I don't want the students to basically feel like they're just talking to a voice. So I put my camera on Zoom. That being said, my computer was lagging hardcore this morning. We still haven't moved everything to an SSD drive, which we have to do. Everything on this computer is running on a hard drive, and it's slowing everything down. We ordered the new parts, and we're going to have to change it. So, yeah. SDD. What did I say? Oh, whatever. You know what I mean. SSD. SSD is what I meant. 1D wasn't enough. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Pepe left. Keck W. Yes, I know what I said. I'm sorry. Gosh, we made a mistake. Okay. 12 seconds, 152. Still tricky. Vila's going to try to get his knight to c2, and then he can tickle the pawn into pushing e2, and then put his knight back. Ooh.
No.
Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. It's the time pressure. Okay, well, look. That was... I wanted you to get a practice game with time pressure. And this is what happens. You just don't have enough time to look things over.
I mean, that was, I don't know if I don't know what the peanut gallery was saying. I think his queen sacrifice was just to like even the game.
Yeah, I did say that he should make it interesting or he's going to be fired. It was a friendly threat. Because look,
I was like, I couldn't find the tactics there. I was like, it felt like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wanted to make it more even because you already spent a lot of time on this game, and I wanted to see how you'd actually be able to try playing under time pressure, because you're definitely going to get into time pressure at some point during the tournament.
Yeah.
But I mean,
when I lost my rook early on, that's when when I lost my rook, it was difficult to recover from that.
Right, because you feel so bad after you've played a good game and you just blunder it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that happens to everybody. It's hard to keep your head cool when you give up a piece, especially after working on a game for a while. But let's go back quickly to move 30 on knight d4. Actually, I can invite you to a board so that we see the same thing. 1 second. Okay. All right. I invited you. I think you're able to see the board okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's just quickly go back to the move where you blundered the rook and try to see what you could have done instead. Okay, so move 30. Blunders happen. Everybody blunders. I'm sure opponents are going to blunder against you in the tournament, and you might blunder back at some point. What would have been a better move here? Because this position is actually already pretty tricky. You are better, but your king is quite weak.
Yeah. I wasn't sure, like, so when I played F pawn to F5, I was, because I didn't need, I could have just given up my G pawn, but when I played pawn to F5, I said, hey, look, I can like hang on to the G pawn, and like he doesn't actually have much going for him because my my rook on the e file protects there. If he plays to c7, queen he doesn't have like very many lines with his queen. So I said, hey, I may as well try to hang on to that material.
Got it. Well, question. Let's say your pawn on f7 was protected. Can white actually take your pawn on g4 here?
Oh, well, because I'm attacking his knight.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So he actually cannot take your pawn on g4. If you take his knight, then he's probably going to checkmate you, or he's at least going to get a bishop back. So that's good for him. But did you consider any other moves other than f5 here?
I considered rook to c7, black rook to c7.
Okay.
To just guard the pawn.
Yeah, just guarding the pawn. Honestly, that's a pretty decent option. Queen c7 is even more forcing because you're already up 2 pawns. So if he ends up trading your queen and you get into an endgame, you're basically winning because you're attacking his knight and his pawn. So you're probably going to end up winning h2, and then you're going to have 4 passed pawns. So usually a move like that is very helpful. But rook c7, I also like. F5. F5 is just very tricky because your king is very exposed here. And especially when you're getting low on time, let's say you have under 2 minutes as a rule of thumb, it's easier to attack than it is to defend. And a position like this, you're going to have to spend quite a bit of time attacking and defending. And the reason for that is usually when you're defending, there's only 1 or 2 moves that are correct. Whereas when you're attacking, there's a lot of different options that are tricky. So yeah, just in general, if you find safer moves when you're under time pressure, that's good. But even here, this was still a game that you could have fought. I think you just missed the fact that your rook was hanging.
Yeah, no, I should have played rook back to e4 here, I think.
Yeah.
Would have been a good move.
Yeah, this is a great move. Your rook is protected. You have the open e-file. So I think that would have been better. But then the game continued, and he made this, queen e4 move. I had some... He had a little bit of pressure to play it, but it was good. He did. And then you were actually playing this very well under time pressure, because even though you're up material, really you're only up about a pawn's worth in value because he has his 2 rooks. The real advantage here comes because you have an attack, but you have to find how you do it. And you were playing this really correctly. So I'm just curious. Let's say we're going to go back to this position. You have to have a plan to win this as black. What would you have tried instead?
So I would have played, I guess so when I was playing queen to f4 here, what I was trying to do is like create some sort of tempo because I could play discovery check, but obviously that square doesn't work. I mean, I could have just played like queen back to d3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, queen d3. But then then let's say he moves his rook back to d1. Because he's very happy with a draw here.
Oh, you know what could be interesting here is I could play pawn to e2, and then if he takes my queen, I can like play another square forward and get a queen.
And what would the trade be there?
I guess I would just be losing a pawn.
Exactly.
So
quick calculations. That's good.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that doesn't actually like do much for me.
Also, you're very tactical, so I think the Sicilian is a really good choice for you because you're often going to get these different positions where you're both attacking. And just in terms of style of openings. But sorry, so what would you have played here instead?
I candidly like don't really see much here. I mean, I guess I could just like it seems like we're in like a perpetual type of scenario where, uh, but
Yeah, so
I
what I think is kind of helpful to think generally in terms of these endgames. So obviously you have a little bit of an advantage here because you have more material and you have this one pass pawn that you're trying to push. That's one of your advantages. What's really helpful in endgames is called the principle of two weaknesses. So one thing that you could try to do is even just retreating your queen and then trying to push over your kingside pawns, because if you could create another pass pawn on the king side, it's going to be a lot harder for him to defend against both.
yeah.
So I just wanted to point out that as a general idea because it could apply to honestly most end games where you already have one thing where you're better. It's usually not enough, and you have to make sure that you're giving your opponent multiple sides to have to defend on.
I see. Yeah, no, I think you're. I think like just the queen and the e pawn together can't do much. So I
Right.
think
Because he's very
that
good at defending that with his knight and his rook. I mean, oops, I didn't mean to play that. I accidentally clicked. But yeah, so let's say you would have played queen e4, and let's say he just moves his rook back. So what could you try to play here?
I would play queen. I would just play queen here and try to take this pawn.
Do you mind just right
Or no, I
clicking?
guess I would give up this. So my bad. I would play. I play this.
You could try to put it on the board. Sometimes it glitches and I can't see it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it does work. Okay, yeah, so h5. And here's the thing. I'm really stuck in this position. I don't actually have a lot of good moves because my knight's already on the best square. My rook wants to be defending against the pawn. Let's just say I play rook e2 because I'm trying to stay, very solid here.
Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, here. I was thinking like, hey, maybe I could play queen h1 check. That doesn't really get me anything. I
Right.
guess maybe moving my king closer to the center of the board could be useful. So
King,
king h6
king
and walking
towards
it
the
up.
center of the board is usually very helpful, but I still think your most straightforward plan here is to try to create another pass pawn on the king side.
Got on this side. Oh, so here.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
So on this side of the board, yeah,
H4,
exactly,
H4.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good point.
And again, here I just don't really have any moves. So let's say I push b4.
I mean, I think I ought to play just G3, right?
Yep, exactly. And now I have two things to defend against. I mean, if you didn't have these kingside pawns, white could probably be able to hold a draw with the pawn on b2. But because you do, I just don't know how I'm going to defend. So let's say I take your pawn. And you can make the move for black here. Okay, and again, I don't really have a lot of moves.
I just did.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm just going to move my rook back.
Okay, and then
Yep. And let's say, again, not a lot of good moves here. I'm just going to move back with my knight, try to block things up here.
what if I went here?
Exactly. Because at this point, what you did is you forced my knight out of a good position because I have to defend against this new threat. And as soon as I do that, you have this move, which is, what are you threatening here?
Well, queen takes c3 or queen d2 check. Well, queen d2 check is.
Yes. Don't play queen takes c3. Why not queen takes c3?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Queen d2.
Okay,
I'm on board for. Queen takes c3, not as much.
Queen d2. Yeah. No,
Okay.
Queen d2.
Yeah. So does that? I hope that technique will stick. So you had one strength in the end game. You need to create another one, and that's going to be a really useful plan. And here you're winning. So white would resign because you're threatening king d2. I mean, let's say I move my king. I mean, I have nowhere to move my king. I'm just lost here because queen d2 is coming. And if I move my rook away, what happens?
Queen d2.
Queen d2, or you could just take the knight for free.
Or take the knight, yeah.
You can prolong the pain if you're feeling cruel and play queen d2
right.
and then take the knight. But
right. So yeah. I guess there's really nothing he can do in that situation.
Killbus52 gifted a tier 1 sub to
so
Mario.
this was
they
good.
have given 344
Sorry,
gift subs in the channel.
There's an alert playing over you. So I think we have a little bit more time if you do. We could either, if you have any questions, or I can let you play one game the exact same time control as tomorrow. I'm not going to say anything, and I could just comment after, so you get like
one more
practice
game. Yeah, I need a chance at redemption.
All right. Do you think he was too strong? Do you want somebody he's a little higher rated because he's been playing for longer than you. I think his peak was like 1700 blitz.
I think I can beat him.
Honestly, I hope so. I'm gonna make a prediction in my chat. If one of the mods can set it up, I'm gonna let people gamble on your game, but don't worry, they're imaginary points. So guys, we're gonna put Ben versus Vila. You're gonna get the white side of the pieces, and I'm just gonna set up the game, and I'm gonna mute myself so that it can actually be like a practice game. Feel free to not talk at all and just be focused so that it could be as close to the actual tournament as possible. I'll be commenting, so don't worry about you know.
Okay.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna set it up, and then I'll be able to give you specific notes on this time format, which is probably one of the most helpful things we could do right now. All right, Vila. All right, good luck. I'm muting myself. All right, mods. Where's the prediction? Do we have anybody, any mod in the chat? Okay, one sec, guys. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Hello, chat. We are back. I got some water. Here's the eval bar as usual. Did I get rid of Lurky? Oh no, Lurky's just in the kitchen. Guys, I got some G Fuel. This is a new flavor. It's dragon fruit. I already had all of the coffee in our house this morning because it's hard for me to wake up early. I'm not used to it. Bring Lurky back? I will. All right. Let me quickly go back and see how he's been playing this. Oh, why is Vila playing the French? And okay, so Ben should have put his pawn on d4 a little bit earlier. He's playing a bit passively. We'll tell him that note after. What else? I mean, I think he just played the opening a bit too passively. Because he played the Sicilian, which was really aggressive, and then he's playing d3 against the French. But his time management is much better. Breakfast vodka, right? Yeah, you know, I was telling G Fuel they should make a flavor after me as well, and they said, "Oh, what flavor would you want?" And I said vodka, and they said, probably not a good idea. And I said, I think it's probably the best idea. And then the phone call ended, so I think they won that argument. Also, code Botas for 30% off. Okay, let's see how dragon fruit tastes. Oh my god, this is delicious, but it's too sweet. I need more water. Man, Vila's just pushing his pawns, and he's always trying to bully Ben, but Ben is not going to handle it. Did you see that confidence? He said, I think I'm going to win. I want to see Ben take down Vila. That's what I'm here for, and that would make my morning the best. That's all I want for Christmas. Ben to beat Vila. Okay, perfect. I added more water. So now it's less sweet. I like G Fuel, I just don't like when it's too sweet. Okay, so what do we have here? Got B5. Ooh, he's a so he might be repositioning his knight. This is the thing. If he would have played D4, he would have had so much more space. But now Vila is honestly getting greedy, and he's being way too pushy here. Knight C3, I mean, computer suggests this too, but it's just a natural move because you're attacking both of these pawns. What else? I wouldn't play D4 here because then he's going to cement his bishop in. It's just that his pieces are really cramped here. He can't play Knight G3. So this is actually a very tough defensive position to get out of. Yeah, Vila is being pushy. Vila is being pushy. Guys, Super Time is saying she's a drunk. That's not true. I'm Romanian, okay? Was Grandpa a drunk for drinking every single day until he was 94? No, he was Romanian. That's what all my parents say, okay? In Eastern Europe, it's okay. Don't bash my culture, all right? We called him self-medicating. That's what we said. No, but on a serious note, I love water. It's very healthy. It's very good, and this G Fuel is delicious. King H7, is Vila like watching Taylor Swift YouTube videos on the side, or where are these moves coming from? Oh no. Okay, that was a rough game. That was Vila, don't push D4. If you're listening to me, please don't push D4. Let's make it interesting. Because if D4 is coming, this knight is gonna be in trouble. Yeah. Let's see if he notices.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I think he noticed. But it's honestly still tricky. I'd offer him to redo this game if he wants, but I don't think he should give up. There's still complications. F7 is hanging. Vila is not totally developed. There's still some ideas here. No problem, but no refunds. Of course, no refunds.
Well, I could just do that. Takes.
And the thing is, the reason why this happened is because his position was just so passive. Bishop, next time he should just push D4, honestly. And Bishop B5, these kinds of checks are not usually so helpful, but I'm gonna analyze the game quickly with him after. Apa Kugrade. Yes, Jin Sensei. Magical water. Easy Bear, no. I mean, Ben is around 1400, so Vila's definitely higher rated, but that's why it's a training game, because we want somebody who we can learn from some of his mistakes. Do people who play a lot of chess get brain fog? No, but maybe I don't play enough chess. It does make my mind keep going. It keeps my brain on. Okay. All right. I like it. He found the most trying attempt here. So he's gonna have to recapture here at some point. I guess he could just play f takes e3 here, and you know, it's at least complicated. You're 800. You should watch the stream more. Well, Flame and Tortilla, we're gonna be doing lessons all day today. Although in 30 minutes we're doing Eloguesser with Hikaru, which should be pretty fun. We're gonna be looking at different games, and I think the winner has to give 20 subs. G Fuel. So delicious. I know his queen is under attack. That's why he has to play f takes e3. I mean, f takes e3. You can also play bishop g6, I guess. You're gonna miss Eloguesser, Deli. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is he good at Eloguesser? Am I gonna get killed? Well, that's fine. It'll be fun regardless. And we're just gonna donate, 20 subs. When is the next chess rave? Do you guys like the chess rave? It is a Friday today, so I was considering it, but I have to coach. Sorry, I'm doing commentary, I think, with Danya tomorrow on Cryptochamps, and we're gonna be done around like 9 p.m. today, so I don't know if I'll have the energy in me to rave. I might just fall asleep. He is not pleased about his situation here. But he can't give up. Honestly, he still has compensation, and this is not a resignable position. I know the computer says -3, but for their rating, it's more like, negative 1.5. A higher rated would beat Vila in this situation, and there's still a lot of blunders. Should I his time management? It's not his fault. He's managing his time like this because Vila's in trouble. I'm gonna take some time away from Vila. There you go. Sorry, Vila, you have 2 minutes. Good luck. I'm just evening it out. Don't lose, Vila. Don't lose. Remember, Vila, when you plan 9 a.m. lessons? Revenge is sweet. Revenge is sweet. I'm kidding. Oh, believers are gonna think I cheated. That's true. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to mess up the predictions, so I gave him the time back. No. I gave him the time back. I don't want to mess up the predictions. Although, you guys should take into account when you're making your predictions that I am a crazy woman who could just change anything willy-nilly at any time. That better be part of your objective calculation. Okay? So, yeah. Honestly, you guys know who you're dealing with. Okay. Back to 2 minutes. Oh, Vila says 1 minute? Okay. All right, Vila. Vila came in here and he said 1 minute. Good. Now, what I would like Ben to do here, and what is still educational, is if he finds things that are tricky. Like, for example, I want him to notice that knight g6 is a potential fork point. And what I'm noticing is that he's tilted that he made the mistake. And he did this in the previous game too. Honestly, it's a very hard skill to train, but you really, when you make a mistake, need to just try to be level-headed and don't beat yourself up, or at least not during the game, because you're just going to play worse and play worse. How bad is my internet? How bad is my webcam right now? Is it really bad? Oh, Sag. Guys, I need to fix our computer, so we will. It's fine. Okay, we'll go with it. All right. So he is down a piece, but he has chances. Knight h4 is the most trying move here because he wants to put his knight onto g6. Okay, this works as well. He's putting his pawn in the center. He saw the threat. Very good for his time management. Okay, his bishop's under attack. Where is he going to put it? He again should play knight h4 and try to go for that. He should be trying to keep an eye out for any kinds of tactics that he can do. G Fuel cocktail. I've never made G Fuel cocktails, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea. I think the problem with this is, can he take? No, actually he can't. Okay, well then he's playing very aggressively here, and we're fans of the aggressive play. I think Vila is very focused, unfortunately. So now you have these kinds of threats. Maybe, I mean, not knight takes d4 right away because the bishop is defending. So he actually doesn't have to move his queen. But he does have to move. He's going to have to move a little bit faster here. Ben should defend. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to defend here. I don't think he should be defending. I think he should be just trying to go for it. He needs to activate his pieces at some point too. I mean, he could move his queen out of the way if he wants. I kind of like queen g2, but you don't really want to be on the long diagonal. The thing is, he has a very difficult position here. And he has a minute on the clock, so I think we're going to talk a little bit about his time management there as well. You don't want to be calculating too much. Oh my gosh. I was Harry Potter whispering parcel tongue? That's what it reminded me of. I like it. Just the intensity. I like it. I like it. Believers know it's still possible that Vila loses. No, I mean, Vila's sacrificing here, and now f takes c5 is actually decent. Nice. Now he has to save his bishop. Let's see if he sees it. And now he's playing with a rook versus two pieces. Maybe bishop f5. Maybe Vila didn't need more than a minute. Yeah, maybe he didn't. Oh, here comes the time pressure. You got to save your little bish. Nice. If this pawn gets taken, he has rook b1, so he's actually not concerned. Again, the computer loves this position for black, but I think he can save this. I would trade. I would just trade off here. With 33 seconds, you know, you're offered trade, you can go for it, or just bring your rook to a better position. What else can you try to do here? He just has to play a bit faster. I think part of what we'd have to discuss is the time management, because I imagine there's going to be a lot of time pressure during the tournament. Okay. Good. He moved his rook. He's defending. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Please don't flag. Oh my gosh. I'm getting nervous. 13 seconds. Okay, good, good, good. I'm gonna... last time I told him about his clock and he already knew. So I'm gonna assume he knows he's in time pressure and now he's trying to save it. Because again, he came back here. White is actually fine. Vila has been misplaying, but he needs to hurry up. Okay, good, good. Rook versus two knights. He's threatening rook e5. He's threatening rook e5. What's going to happen? Guys, I'm a crazy woman. You don't know how I'm going to impact the polls, okay? You don't know how I'm going to impact the polls. Vila is still the favorite, even with this. Even with this. He's actually winning here. He just has to gobble the pawns and not lose on time. This is actually incredible. Vila throwing. Keep Alex out of the website until he wins. I mean, this works fine too. He should have taken this because he would have won 2 pawns. But again, fast, good moves. Not slow, perfect one. 9 seconds. Don't flag. 8 seconds. Let's go, Ben. We're going to have to hustle here. 11 seconds, sir. He works in finance. He should be used to this like high pressure situation. 5 seconds. Let's go, Ben. Don't flag. Don't flag. Oh, I love his face. It's like he's on a roller coaster. It looks like he's going up on the ride on the roller coaster. I love bullet chess. It's so adrenaline inducing. Yeah, forget finance. He works in crypto. Exactly. Volatility is his lifeline. Okay, he's actually saving this. He's actually saving this. If he gets the pawn, it's a draw. Just don't lose on time. Poor Vila. Vila, why are you losing? Is it bad that I'm getting pleasure from Vila losing? No, I think, you know, it's that I remember how many things he scheduled today. Okay. All right, rook's under attack. Perfectly natural reaction. Exactly, Ace. Exactly. 15 seconds. He's been playing this really well. This is actually really good. This is really good. Vila's been stealing jokes. Oof. Okay, he's got to push his passer. This is the endgame. Principle of 2 weaknesses. He can either bring his king, go for the pawn. He can push this guy. Lots of options here. Just don't flag. Just don't flag. Don't flag. I mean, Vila could technically still draw this. Vila getting destroyed. Vila, what's going on here? Okay, b8, b8, and then he can take, and then he can get the knight, or he could just actually he should just take the knight. My bad. Ooh, he missed the tactic, and now, oh no, now Vila can sacrifice one of his knights. But does he want to? I mean, no, he doesn't really want to. The knight is hanging on c5. He can just grab it, but I like that he's not focusing on tactics here. He's very low on time, so he should just... Remember when Vila said he only needed a minute to win, chat? Guys, we should make a YouTube video out of this where we get Vila's comment in the chat saying I only need a minute to win. No, Vila's not looking... Guys, this is not insider trading, okay? Vila didn't bet that he was going to lose and then throw the game. If he did, he will be executed. We're going to look at Vila's prediction. If he betted against himself, I'm going to be very suspicious. But the thing is, Vila doesn't like losing, so I don't think he would have done that. Okay, good. Now he has to win this endgame. Vila's protecting very well. I like it. Vila's forcing him to actually prove the win. Jason, that's not very nice. Minute to win it. Yeah, that's a good video title. Okay, 14 seconds. Oh my gosh, come on, come on. Don't flag, don't flag. I think he's not sure how to make progress in this situation. I think he has to play rook b6 here. Rook b6, king c5, a6. So rook b6, he needs to push this pawn and he has to defend his rook. But he has to do it in a different move order. Rook here first, then the knight can't come forward, and then the king goes. But a lot of people don't practice endgames, so this is actually understandable. This is understandable. Oh, they drew!
No.
Oh man, you repeated the position 3 times. You can swear, it's okay, we swear here. You don't have to hold it in. Honestly, letting out a long fuck is so cathartic when you play chess sometimes.
I thought I had it, but like
you did. No, you're like, completely winning here.
I mean, it was like super clever, like that they were able to like put like, yeah, I mean, this was like super clever.
Yeah, I like that he was defending all the way until the end. He did not let you off the hook at all.
Yeah, but like, you know, but like, what would you have done here? Because like, if I played ace, like, yeah, what would you have done?
Yeah,
here?
So I think rook. Actually, I'm gonna invite you to analysis board so we can just look at it. It'll just be better. Okay, let me invite you. But still, you came back after blundering a piece, which is so difficult because one, everybody beats themselves up after blundering. It's hard to focus. But that was a very good comeback. I honestly was very surprised when you were able to save it because it was a tough position. Okay, so I think in this position, what you want to do is you notice that is not so one threefold repetition you have to be careful with. It's if you repeat the same position at any point in the game. It doesn't have to be a sequence. Any point where you have threefold, you're gonna get a draw. So what plan I thought made most sense here is you want to push a6 so you can get a7, right?
By the way, I don't see your analysis board. Like it just shows an opening position.
Oh. Do you see things moving around now?
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Okay. Do you see the end game?
Yeah, now I see it.
Okay, perfect. So the way that you'd be able to win this endgame is you can either somehow sacrifice your rook for his knight, and then you have 2 pawns and you're going to win, or you want to push the pawn to a6 and a7 and kick out his knight. You kept playing king c5 first, which had the right idea, because you want to bring your rook to b6, be able to defend it so that you could push a6 and that your rook is defended, but you were doing the wrong move order, so you should have tried rook b6 first, which cuts him off from playing knight a6. And it also puts him in kind of a tricky position where he doesn't have a lot of options. So he can either move his knight to d7 or his king away. Let's say he moves knight to d7 here. How could you continue?
Well, I mean, one approach would be to, I mean, I could honestly just play b8, make a queen. He has to trade. Actually, I guess that could still be a draw.
Yeah, so you never want to end up with an extra pawn that's on either side because that's usually a draw. If he gets his king to a8, then it's going to be a draw. So if you're trading these 2 pawns, black will be able to hold a draw.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is tough. This one's tough because I can't play rook c6 because he takes my b7 pawn. I can't play a6 because he takes my rook. I'm kind of at a loss here.
Okay, so
a loss of in terms of what to do.
Right. So you know you want to push the pawn on a6 first. So what move could you do here to basically respond to the threat, and also keep preparing a6 after knight b8? So in other words, keep defending a6.
I mean, I could play like rook, keep defending a6.
Yeah, so in other words, you want to keep your rook on the 6th file.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can move it over to like F, to like G or H, or but then
Honestly, that wins as well. But it wins only. It wins in a little bit more complicated way. So you do want to move your rook, but you also don't want to let him to take on b7. So is there any threat you can make with your rook?
oh, I see, rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6, and then let's say he moves his knight back, and then how do you continue here?
I'm not sure.
No worries. These endgames are honestly really tricky, and you were also playing them with 20 seconds, so that's he had a really good defense here. But now you can continue with your plan from earlier.
But like, oh, I can play a6.
Exactly.
I see. Yeah, I was like thinking that he could just take with his knight, but yeah. That's definitely right.
So one thing that really helps in endgames is, one, you couldn't really do it during the game because you had very little time. So honestly, realistically, having a draw with 20 seconds here is probably the result I would most expect. But if you ever have more time, you just need, you figure out first what you need to do. And here it's either, simplifying for the knight or pushing the pawn on a6, and then come up with the concrete moves to do it. But I will say you missed a win earlier, which would have been a little bit easier. And it really goes hand in hand with simplification in endgames. So whenever you're up a lot of material and you're down a lot on time, what you're trying to do is find the easiest plan forward, not necessarily the most correct. So in this position, it's your turn to move with the white side of the pieces, and you have a way that you could simplify and basically win in like 2 moves.
Oh, I should have just played rook takes knight on c5 and then...
Yep. And then just promote to a queen, and you're good here. But again, very hard endgame, so I think a draw is a pretty fair result. I just want to go really quickly over the opening too. So one thing I noticed is you played a lot more passively with the white side of the pieces. And you ended up making a mistake early on in the opening, but I think the reason why you made the mistake is because your position was so hard to play. And it was just not clear what to do. And that often happens when you play too passively. So one thing that I would have suggested is, if your opponent plays something complicated like a French or a Caro-Kann where they're trading and you have the white side of the pieces, just make sure you grab the center next. So make a move like d4 here. These positions are a lot easier to play, and instead what happened in the game is you gave him a lot of tempos. Also, playing bishop b5 check. I'm guessing you play this against e5, right? You play the Ruy Lopez?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably why you did it. In Caro-Kanns with c6 or French with e6, usually you don't want to play b5 because you're just going to lose the tempo, because he can kick you away, make a nice pawn storm, and then you're just forced to move your bishop back, and you don't really get compensation for it. So if you are putting your bishop on b5, usually make sure there's a knight already on c6 that you're pinning.
Yeah. So like the thing where I run into trouble is like, the reason I played h3 is because like what scared me originally is like in this open board, like what I find is like when my opponent moves their bishop to g4 and my king also is wide open in a line, it creates all sorts of different challenges. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, I felt like I was on the defensive already in this game. Like I wanted to make sure he couldn't come to g4, and then I wanted to castle. And so maybe I was thinking too defensively, but
I think if that's your style and you're really preparing for his attacks, that's fine. Just make sure you're not too passive. So for example, if you want to play h3 here because you don't want to allow his bishop on g4, I think that's a perfectly okay move. And I also like to, so both of you are kind of exposed here. So these kinds of open positions will make things a little more complicated for both. But at least when you're developing, instead of going for a move like E3, which is really passive, go for D4. Sorry, D3 I meant. This position, at least you're holding more center, because what ended up happening is basically he got all of his pawns forward and your position was super cramped here, right?
Yeah.
And that would have already been a lot easier to play if you push D4. And, you know, there's a lot of openings where you can play cramped, but they're just more difficult to play. And if you don't know a lot of theory, it's really unpleasant, and you're going to burn a lot of time just trying to figure out how to develop your pieces. And it's going to feel like there's not even a lot of good options. So here, it was already hard because your bishop was now on the outside. You didn't really have a great square to move it, where let's say instead of playing bishop b5, you push d4. I know you're worried about your king in the center, but just to take away that ghost threat, let's say he gives you a check. What do you play here as white?
I mean, you probably could play queen e2.
Queen e2 if you want to trade, or you have an even better move.
Bishop e2?
Yeah, just develop your bishop castle, and now his queen is misplaced and blocking his own bishop. So a lot of these checks that are before the first, 6 moves or so, your opponent is also not going to be very developed, so he won't have enough pieces to attack you. So you don't have to be worried if the position gets open as long as you castle in, say, the first 10 moves.
Yeah, I mean, would you be worried, like, generally in, like, the initial opening about, like, the queen pin just on bishop to g4, like, before I played h3?
I sometimes find it annoying as well and also play h3. So I think playing h3 is fine. Because it honestly is a little bit annoying to play, but if you do ever find yourself in a pin, let's say you played something like d4 and he goes bishop g4, if you're concerned, you can always just play bishop e2 and then there's no more pin and you're going to castle. Or you could bring a knight to d2 later to defend it. So it's not the scariest pin, but I do see what you mean by it being annoying. So often h3 is not going to be punished in terms of a bad move order, and it's just going to get that stress off of your mind. But if you do play h3 early on, just make sure you're at least getting space in the center and then putting your pieces on good square. So h3 was fine. Bishop b5 and d3 were just too passive after, and then all of the passive moves basically started compounding, and you just had a really hard to play position.
Yeah, I guess like the only natural place for the king bishop here is like really on e2, right? I guess, or I could try to fianchetto it, but like there's no. You're saying I can't play b5, obviously can't play c4.
Okay, so the question is, where's the best square for the bishop? So the best square for the bishop usually in these positions is on d3 in most of these open ones, because d3 is going to give you the longest diagonal. You can also fianchetto with the hope of things opening up later on, but if that's not what you usually do, just wait to get your bishop on d3, and let's say your queen checks, you can also block with the other bishop if you want.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it kind of awkward though to have like the king bishop kind of, I guess it's not like, I was going to say behind the d4 pawn, it just feels like, I guess it doesn't obstruct it in any way.
I guess the question would be, where would be a better square for your bishop in these kinds of positions?
Well, like in my mind, like I wasn't too fussed about playing bishop b5 initially, because like even when he played c6, like, okay, I kind of like, I don't mind if I move my bishop to a4 and eventually back to b3, because b3 is like a great diagonal, But then when he started playing his pawns forward, I felt congested. And I was actually going to play, actually, if you play forward a few moves, because I actually have a question for you. If you play forward a few more moves.
Yeah. Sorry, just give me one second to check something real quick, because my chat is spamming. I'm doing a stream with Hikaru after, and I think I missed his message. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, cool. So yeah, what I wanted to say about the bishop here is, when you put the bishop on b3, you're still facing a wall of pawns, and you want to try to find basically the diagonals where your bishop has the most control. So if you do want to play it like this, instead of putting your bishop on b3 and getting cramped the way you did, and you'll see this often with other lines when you start with e4, is this idea with c3. C3, you're going to support the pawn chain push in the future, and also you have this c2 square to ever jump back on, and this b1 to h7 diagonal is still one of the most useful, and it's always a pressure point on black's king side.
Yeah, I guess it's the idea if you play that line that you got to move out your bishop on c1 and then move out the knight.
Yeah.
Because the knight doesn't have anywhere to go then. Or I guess, yeah.
Yes, this position is still more cramped, which is why I still prefer in like French exchanges going with d4 and bishop d3. I think those are the most trying lines, and then you could put your bishop on f4 or g5, and you could put your knight on d2. This is what you commonly see here. But if you do like the bishop b5 lines, I know this feels cramped, but the alternative ended up being a lot harder to play here.
Yeah. So in this situation, when he played, okay, so I played back or whatever, but when he played a5, or didn't he? Or no, I played back to bishop e3, right? Mm-hmm. And then he played queen c7. Mm-hmm. And then I think I played knight out to c3, mm-hmm. right? And then he played, I think, a5. Yeah, okay, so here's my question. Is the right move here? So I was thinking I could play a3, a4, or just ignore it because I have two pieces that would be attacking a4.
Yeah, so a4 isn't a threat right away. The reason I thought a3 was a good move is because b5 is something that he's very obviously planning with a4. So I think you're going to have to respond to that threat at some point. So to me, it felt like you were preparing it because you're going to have to play that regardless in the future.
Got it.
Okay. And yeah, a4 is also a move you can try to block b5. But again, your bishop on b3 is very awkward here. And if you do end up getting your bishop pushed back, which he didn't play in the game, but he could have. He honestly could have played a4 here. Now your bishop is on a2. This is a really bad bishop. I mean, you're pointing towards d5, but he's not really doing anything on here. Let's compare it to the bishop on c8, which can come anywhere on this diagonal. He's more flexible. He can go to b7. c5 is coming, and your pieces are just really cramped here. So. Yeah. And that's why, and I think that's why you blundered and ended up taking so much time, because it's just not obvious how you're going to improve your position here. Mm-hmm. Whereas if your pieces are more active and pointing towards the king side, then you could try to go for pins. You could try to get your queen on c2, activate your rooks. The plans are just a lot more straightforward in some of the other variations here. But again, I'll just go back to the move you blundered. So here you played knight f4. Let's say you could have played something else. Usually when your opponent gets really greedy and overextends all of his pawns, that's when you can start provoking them.
Yes. What could I have done here? Well, I mean, I sensed a little bit of weakness on his d5 pawn, mm-hmm. but there's nothing I could easily see to do there. I mean, I was thinking about playing d4, but then I'm like, okay, they can just push c4. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't as excited about that. Mm-hmm. I was, I guess I could, I don't know.
So two suggestions I'd have here. So when you have the pawns like this, knight c3, it's a hard move to see because you're moving your knight back, but you would be attacking both of those two pawns. And if he pushes, you can take on b5. But let's say this was a hard tactical thing to see, then what you would try to do here as a plan is kind of realize that, this bishop is going to get really crammed and you don't want it to get pushed into a corner. So you could play a slow move like c3 with the idea of basically relocating your bishop onto a better file. So again, that slow play style, which is very common in positions where you're cramped. You're just trying to relocate your pieces and get a little bit more space.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, I was thinking knight c3 back, but I was worried about the pawn. But yeah, I guess that makes sense on the fork.
Yeah, if you saw c3 and you're like, oh, d4 is coming, I get it. Sometimes the calculation ends there, which is cool because you have a tactical idea and a strategic one in this kind of position. And whenever it's a position where it's very close and you have all of your pieces, you usually tend to have both options at some point. So you can always just think of the strategic ideas if you don't see any tactics.
Yeah.
But
yeah, makes sense.
I hope this was helpful. Do you have any other questions?
No, this was really helpful. I wish I would have like been able to close out that second game, but
the draw was honestly was a good result for that end game. It was pretty difficult.
yeah, I mean Vila seems like a really strong player, so you know, being able to draw him, I guess, is humbling.
He is actually very strong. He's
Yeah.
1800, so that's a good result, and I think that's probably going to be the highest bracket of people in the tournament.
Yeah. No, this was super helpful. Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Well, that was awesome. I'm going to be watching and commentating the games tomorrow. Good luck, and then I think you have my contact if any other questions pop up before tomorrow.
Awesome. You're not training, you're not giving lessons to any of my opponents, are you?
I'm actually doing a few more lessons today, but don't worry, they're not going to be specific against you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So don't worry. No trading secrets here.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you so much, Alexandra.
Likewise, Ben. Take care, and I hope you have a good rest of your day and weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a
Bye.
lot. Bye.
All right, guys. We're doing something with Hikaru. I was on Zoom. I also just spilled G Fuel on my keyboard, and I need to log into my Discord. So listen to my voice and enjoy how soothing it is. Do you guys want me to sing you a song or something? La 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 la. Hello, we're waiting to do the Eloguesser with Hikaru. It's gonna be fun, except he's practicing and he's a super GM, so we're probably gonna lose. But it doesn't matter. We're gonna have fun. Water on the keyboard. I'm gonna get it off. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, one second. Okay. All right. Why am I always spilling things? I am so clumsy, and now it's getting into the audio mixer too. Honestly, probably half of our tech problems could be explained by the amount of things that we've spilt on all of the electronics, but that would be taking too much responsibility. Honestly, if anything, G Fuel is probably gonna power up the mouse pad a little bit longer. All right. Okay. All right. I'm just setting it up. All right. Okay. Do we want webcams or Zoom? Okay. You dropped peanut butter on your keyboard today? That's cool. Here, I'm gonna put a game in the back so that you guys are entertained while we're setting up here. Okay. Why are people keck Wing you? Okay. One second. I'm taking notes of how to do it. This is the score sheet. Do not keep this on screen. Toggling it off. Wait. Capture. I don't understand how to do this. Wait. So do I open it? Okay. And you won't. Who are you? Why? What is this coming from? Okay, so scroll down for the sheet. Okay. I don't know. Botez above, please. All right. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. This is well organized. This is how you know that I didn't do it. Organization, you know. Okay, new meeting. All right. Join with computer audio. All right, I'm gonna invite Mr. Hikaru. Copy invite link. All right. Close. Okay. All right. Oh, he invited me to a room. Okay, never mind. Okay. All right. We're going to be let into the room soon. It wasn't leaked, you guys. Stop making drama. Hello.
One second. I just have to get my setup too.
No worries. I'm adding the spreadsheet on my screen. Do you have the games, or how are we going to be opening them?
Oh, did you not get sent the PGN? Yeah, I just got sent the PGN like a second ago. Basically, yeah, we go to chess.com and then I think we open it and copy paste the files for the PGNs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because the problem is like you can't do it the other way because you won't get the same position. Like if we open the Eloguesser website, I'll get one position, you'll get another position. So
yeah, that sounds good. But we're going to be putting it on an analysis board, right?
Correct. Yes.
So maybe one of us puts it and the other person invites to analysis board.
We could do that. We could do it on our own. I mean, however you want to do it. Doesn't really matter to me.
I think it'd be great if we share the analysis board just so we're going through it at the same time. Unless you start going through it super fast, and then I'm gonna ask you to slow down.
I don't think. I mean, the only thing that I asked like the mods for is that the games aren't like more than like 50 moves, so it should be fine.
Okay.
I think.
Cool. So then
I have to like. It's actually tricky.
Okay.
Second.
No worries, I'm setting it up as well. My chat told me that you're very good at this game.
I don't know if that's actually true. I think I'm okay at it.
Have you tried it already?
I mean, I've tried some. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I've done well, but other times I've been very wrong too. Like sometimes there's a game played by like 1600s, and I think it's like played by 2000s. So it's sometimes it can be tricky.
Well, I bet those 1600s feel like it's the best compliment of their life when that happens.
You would think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I have the score sheet here. Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Yeah, okay. Second.
Yep. Do you want me to make the analysis board and invite you? Or
sure, yeah, you can do it. That's fine.
All right, sounds good. All right, and I'm just changing the title. All right, perfect.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, now I should be almost ready. Just give me 1 second.
Yep. Okay. I'll set the PGN in the meantime. There we go, and I'll invite you.
Okay, just 1 second.
Yep. Oh wow, you have a logo. That looks nice.
Yeah, I probably make a logo. So
that is nice. That is nice. So we're gonna be playing 10 games of Guess the Elo.
Correct. Yes.
Ooh. All right.
And I think what we're doing is we're gonna drop. I think we're gonna drop the low score because there probably will be like one score where we're both like off by like a lot of points. Like I mean like really off.
Yeah, so is the way it's going to be determined basically who got the closest overall averaged?
Yeah, I think we're just going to do it. It's like, yeah, the average. So it's like, for example, if there's one where I don't know, it's like 999. And I guess like, let's just say, I guess like 1005 and you guess like 996. I think you're closer. So I think that's my understanding of how we're going to be doing it.
Okay, got it. And then are we doing it, let's say if I'm closer to game 1, I get 1 point? Or is it just all of them tallied at the end?
I think we're just tallying it up. So I think that's what we're doing. Let me make sure though. But I think we're good. Let me just go to live chess now.
Okay, sounds good. And we're playing for 20 gifted subs, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, we're just gonna end up gifting more to the Hikaru community. I'm okay with that.
I don't know because you play against these players, so you'll have much better insight. Like I never play, so like I just guess randomly. I just guess randomly.
Alexandra, you're used to playing 1100s. You're gonna know their games. You're right, Hikaru. You're right.
I think so, but we'll see.
That's true. I might actually have the upper hand here. Okay, so let me invite you to the game.
Sure.
Your username on chess.com is just Hikaru, right?
I do believe so. Yeah, I wasn't in there before, so yeah, just resend it. So it should be fine.
Okay, there you go. You're here.
Okay. Okay.
Also,
Perfect.
ignore the ratings. It was just the game I was.
Oh,
Before.
that's right. Yeah. So the rating. Yeah. So it's like the ratings are not. That's right. We just created random names, so it's like, yeah, the ratings don't matter.
Yeah.
Welcome
to The Price is Right, where the ratings don't matter until they do at the end. You see the pieces or no?
I do not see the pieces.
Do you see moves right now?
No, I don't see anything.
Chess.com
actually.
sometimes glitches out on analysis boards, so give me a second. I'm just gonna open.
Sure. Yeah. No problem. I mean, it would be fine if I could see the moves, because I could actually do it with the board if I had moves.
Yeah, I know you could see it. Maybe we should make you do this blindfolded just to add a little bit more intensity, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, if I could see the moves, then it'd be very easy.
Okay, I invited you.
Okay, there we go. That's
see
perfect.
the moves.
Yeah.
Okay,
I do see them. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm just fixing the screen a little bit here. All right.
Sure.
Okay, so I guess let's get started with this game. I'm excited because I see an England gambit.
Okay, so that probably means what's that mean?
England
Not
gambit
sure what that
with
means.
E4. Interesting. So this makes me feel like they either don't know what they're doing or they really prepared.
I mean, this is I mean, black's moves make sense so far. White's moves don't make sense. But I mean, like, playing knight f3 kind of also, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that they're not super strong, or they're afraid of the gambit? Like, it's probably too early to tell.
Right.
So let's see.
And what you're saying is on e5 you expected them to just take.
A stronger player, well, I would assume someone above a certain rating level would probably take, is my guess. Probably, I would think if you're, in my opinion, I'm guessing if you're above like 1600, you would probably just take the pawn on e5. That's my guess.
Well, now I'm going to be able to use your analysis for my guess as well, but it's okay.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. So knight fd2, that seems normal to me after e4.
Yeah, d5, pretty
c4,
normal.
okay. It's looking like a reverse French for white here. c6, c takes d5, c takes d5. I think this is fine. It was just knight f3 that was weird at the start.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this all looks normal. The problem, though, I realize the problem with this is that what I'm starting to think is, like, it feels like this could also be a game played by strong players. This is the danger, which is why I think we need to drop one, because, like, right now, if we look at the next couple of moves, this just looks like a normal game now. So it's like knight f3 throws you off, and now you're not sure what the rating is at all.
Right. Okay, I didn't finish getting through the game, so I'm going to keep making the moves here. Queen e8. Okay, so this is either very high level or... this strikes me as high level. I don't see low-rated people making strategic queen moves this early on.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I don't know what the rating is. I have no idea.
True. Okay, so knight c3, that's normal to me. Bishop e6. I'll keep moving and let me know if you want me to go faster.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Huh. Yeah.
Huh. All right. Well, that was a little bit suspicious. I don't feel like this was intentional.
Right.
Black is blundering a little bit. Now f3.
Right.
Oh, okay. I think we learned a little bit. So actually, I think they are lower rated than I initially thought.
Right, but see, that's what makes it tricky. Is like when you have a game where it's like one move in the middle makes it very, very complicated. Like, because prior to that mistake, like, it started to look like a normal game, like a game between, like, masters or something.
Right.
But yeah, then you hang the queen.
And you also hang knight c7. So
right.
Quite a lot of blunders, and he didn't take on e5 early on. Okay, I'm gonna think of my elo. Also,
yeah,
I was thinking, so we shouldn't tell each other because I don't want your
right. No, of course, yeah. So I assume we just mute and talk to our chat for like 3 or 4 minutes, and we come up with our guess.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna do that.
All right, okay, sure.
All right, chat. We gotta take down Hikaru in this one chess challenge. He's gonna beat us for the rest of time. I think he's analyzing the game again. I don't know. This is kind of a complicated play for 800s. I mean, they did play pretty well. They knew opening principles. Queen e8 was a little bit weird. I mean, I think it's probably above 1,000. I mean, knight h5 here, f takes e4, and just blundering the queen doesn't seem very high level. I actually maybe think it was like a 900 rated game. But 900s don't play the England gambit. I feel 900s have not gotten to that point yet. So we're back to about 1100 rating for the England gambit is like the kind of person who watches the chess bras and learns opening theory. And I feel like if you watch the chess bras, you're probably, 1100, maybe 1200. So I am going to say 11. I guess it's better to be under. I'm going to say 1150. I'm going to say 1150. Okay. All right. I got my answer. Did you get yours?
Yes, I did. I did get my answer. Yeah.
All right. So do we put them in the doc?
I think the mods can just do it actually directly. I think they can just do it. So I'm gonna go with 1235.
Okay, and I said 1150.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see.
So
Did they put it in the sheet? Let's see.
I'm guessing we're gonna see the rating right away, right? Because it's exciting.
Yes.
I wanna be able to correct.
Yes, let's see. Okay. 1235, 1150. And the actual elo? 1348.
Oh no.
Man, I'm so mad at my chat. I didn't say 1348, but I said it's 1300. And then literally like 5 people are like 1300 would not hang their queen in 1. They would never hang their queen in 1. So I went lower.
That's why I went lower too, because I thought, okay, they're playing the England gambit, they're playing well, but you're not gonna hang your queen like that. But then I should have looked at myself and been like, yes.
Right.
To hang their queen.
Oh, that's frustrating.
What do you mean frustrating? You won.
Yeah, but I want to. It's like I had the right idea. It really upsets me. Like, and this isn't even just chess, but like, I'll give you like a stock market example. It's like I can be right on something and like make some money, but if like I had the right idea and I sell like $1 below where I thought it should be, it really upsets me. And it's the same thing with like this Eloguesser, where it's like if I had the right idea with 1300, then like chat got me off track. It really upsets me. Like I know it's like it's that perfection nonsense, but it frustrates me because I feel like I could have done better somehow.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating to win, but win by not the most decisive amount. Must be tough.
Well, it's chat's fault. I mean, I had 1300 and then like 5 people are like 1300 doesn't hang their queen in 1. Can't hang their queen in 1. Anyway. Yeah.
So message of the story is don't trust chat.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. 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 Anyway. Okay. So I guess do we have the I guess we have the next one?
Yep. Here, I'm gonna set the position. All right.
Sure.
Here we go. I'll let you go through this one so we can go at your pace.
Sure. One second. Let me just close my other window. I have another window open somewhere. Okay, I just close this one. Okay, so this one starts with f4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so f4, d5, knight f3, bishop f5. Okay, sorry, actually, I'll just make so d4, e6. Okay, wait, so this is like I'm trying to remember, like Nico in Pogchamp, she played f4, but I don't think she ever played d4. Like she played like f4 and then like g3 or e3 or something like this, but she never played d4. So this kind of feels like a low level move somehow.
Yeah,
e6.
That was actually the opening I was thinking of as well. And I know that Cutie was always playing the Stonewall also, but you'd always see you'd see this move order with lower rated players where they go with f4 and d4 instead of playing e3.
Okay, yeah. But knight h4 is shall we say not the best move.
Yeah.
So black doesn't see
Wait, and black doesn't take the knight, black just ignores. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, and then h3. Okay. Takes e3.
And the fact that white just took the bishop right away also is kind of indicative of probably sub 1,000. Unless maybe they saw their knight was under attack, But
actually, like I have a different take, which is that I have a feeling that probably they just saw a piece is under attack. There's probably not more thought to it because I think this has to be less than 1,000.
Yeah.
So it's like there's probably
piece,
not any
take
thought. It's
piece.
just take the bishop.
Exactly. That's why I think it's a lower rated.
Right. So queen d6, knight c3, knight c6. Okay. Knight b5, queen d7. But now these moves start to look normal. Like it's kind of weird. Knight f6, bishop d3.
Yeah,
A6.
queen f3 is actually a pretty decent move to bring out your queen and try to consolidate your king a little bit.
Knight c3, castles, bishop d2, bishop to e7, e4. Okay. I mean, it's a blunder, but actually, this also confuses me because it's like a good positional move in general to like try and open up the center. So it confuses me. So takes knight e4, takes, then check, king e2, ooh, and knight takes d4, and white resigns.
That was actually a nice elo by black. So we're guessing the average rating of white and black, right?
Right, and basically they cannot be more than 200 points apart. So it's like black could be, you know, just theoretically, black could be like 3,000 and white could be 2,800, but it's never going to be more than like a 200 point spread between them.
Right, that makes sense.
So, all right.
Okay, I'm gonna mute and deliberate.
Okay, all right, same.
All right, chat. So we blundered a piece very early on in the game. Yep, there it was. Then he pushed the pawns, took the bishop right away. Knight went to b5. It seems like just moves that work right away. But black's tactic with bishop h5 and knight takes d4 was pretty clean. I definitely think this game is below 1,000. So last time I underestimated a little bit. People hang free knights even when they're high rated. I mean, it could be 900. Maybe 800. Maybe I'm going to say 850 to overestimate a little bit. Maybe 850. But then again, I was under by about 200 points last time. So maybe I should overcorrect and say 900. Well, I actually don't think I think black actually played well minus missing the knight. Black played well, that's the thing, and we're trying to get the average. So I'm gonna probably say 900. Because we're averaging for both of them. But then again, white was probably more like a 700. They could have just been having a bad day. Oh, chat, you're saying 500 to 700. You guys want to go for 720? What about 690? That sounds like a good number. We like 690. No, but we want to go a little over. Okay. I'm going to say... What are we feeling? 900, 720, 740, 800. All right, let's do 800. Let's do 800. Okay, I'm going to stick with 800 because I think black played well. 800 is higher rated. No, I'm going to say... Okay, stop changing my mind. I'm going to say 800. All right, did you get your answer?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I'm going to go with 850.
And I'm going to go with 800.
Okay. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see who's right.
Because of your story, I was worried to trust my chat. I
don't have any idea. Let's see. You're right. 629. You're closer.
629. That's funny because I wanted to go with a lower rating, but I was trying to make up for what I did before, and I thought black actually played decently minus missing the knight on h4.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes it hard. That's actually what makes it really hard because also like I've had a couple of them where I've done it. It's like it's something like that where there's one piece that's hanging and you miss it, but the rest of the game is like completely clean. And the rest of this game was completely clean, so it's kind of surprising. It's actually well played for a 629.
Yeah.
Because no, other than missing that knight, all the other moves were pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. The tactics at the end were nice, and I was trying to average for black and white's rating because black gave a pretty good performance.
Right. Yeah, good. So I think I'm still ahead, but that actually it's what that's a 50-point gap, right? So it's like in the first one, You were off by what, like 75, 80? So it's pretty close, actually. It's very close, like 30 point differential.
I'm warming up. I'm warming up.
Yeah.
These lower rated games, you know?
Yeah. So far, so good. Okay.
All right. I'm putting
You
the
ready
next
for
game.
number 3?
Yep. Okay, here it is.
Yeah,
Start
we can
whenever
just
you're ready.
alternate. So this one you can do.
Okay,
You can do.
sounds great. Taco Bell versus Chipotle. Which one do you prefer?
I prefer Chipotle. I think it's much better. I mean, I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time, but it was always my favorite late night spot, like in Florida. Like maybe when I was starting to stream quite a bit, like late 2019.
Always
If I
a
needed
good
something like
time
midnight or
whenever
something, I
I
would just go to
stop
Taco
by.
Bell. So
Keep
I would
killing
go
it.
there, but I still think Chipotle's better.
I think Chipotle's healthier, but if Taco Bell was healthy, ooh, that would be so nice. It always kills my stomach after, but it's just so tasty.
Yeah, I think everyone can say that.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about what happens after
Right.
Taco Bell. That's
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we got a ready
Dutch.
and a Dutch.
Mm-hmm. Okay, pretty normal so far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
D.
Okay, Knight C3 was weird, but strange. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
F3. Okay.
That's a very weird looking move.
Hippo hey.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on in this game. This is very, very weird.
This is very weird because it's starting to feel like a lower elo, but usually lower elos don't start off with the ready with knight f3 and b3.
Right, but they also don't play F3. Like F3 is such a. I mean, it's an okay move. I think in this game, but like it's not common amongst lower rated players.
That's true unless they don't know what to do and they're just pushing pawns.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There's a lot. Okay. There's a lot of retreating going on here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, because like I don't know what to make of this now.
Yeah.
Let's-
Because
Okay.
these are decent moves. White was in a cramped position, and I mean the pieces are still awkward on the king's side, but nothing crazy yet.
Okay, knight A4. I guess that's maybe not best, but it's not bad either.
Right. The threat was
Okay.
seen. Okay, that is a weird move.
Actually, it's just a bad move, and black takes advantage. Right? Black goes B5 here.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Yeah, true. Blunder. All right, now the pieces start hanging.
Right. Still. Okay, A5. That's a good move. Huh.
Yeah, black is playing this pretty well. Okay, no castling in sight. King F2 instead of castling. I mean, white is
Right.
just trying to play very fancy moves.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is. This is very seems very clean though. Very clean win from black.
For black, yeah. But
Seems
for
like-
white, it feels like it's an 800 who was inspired by Alpha Zero or something with all of the retreating moves, F3, King F2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, King E1. Okay, we're
yeah,
back.
and I guess probably white ran out of time or someone ran out of time here.
Huh. This is I think this is the hardest one so far.
Definitely. This one, yeah, I don't know what to make of it.
Oh
So.
man. Okay.
All right, let's see.
Deliberation
Okay.
time.
Yep.
All right, chat. I'm very, very confused by what happened here. I'm just gonna go through it quickly again. So this opening I thought was fine. I mean, knight c3, I guess just developing pieces. d4. It doesn't seem like white knows what they're doing here. But black is playing pretty decently, actually. Black is playing well. Black is actually playing very well, which makes me think that maybe white was just confused and trying to be fancy. Because white saw most of the threats, and then they just played weird plans. Look at this. The little king shuffling around. Ooh. I mean, black played this like 1300 strength, I think. White could be an 1100 who just got really creative today. So I am thinking 1200, but I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, maybe learning a new opening, but these weird, like, who plays F3 and doesn't castle? Ah, it was just such a weird game. Um, I do think. I'm gonna say 1200. I'm gonna say 1200. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. I think Hikaru is still deliberating. The not castling was weird, but black castled and played very well. So the odds that they get matched, and also playing King F2 instead of castling is something that could look like a little bit of a technique. So I'm gonna say running out of time this early is absurd. Oh, okay, fine, guys. We'll say 1100. I'm gonna say 1100. I don't know if I should be getting influenced by chat. I don't know if I trust you guys, chat. I'm gonna say 1100. Okay. All right. I came up with my final answer.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with 1350.
Oh God, I said 1100.
Well, you could be right. I don't know. Like, it's very hard for me. I think I'm just trusting that the moves show some kind of understanding with like F3 and C4. Like the opening with F3 and C4, I'm going to trust myself. So, okay, let's see.
Why am I trusting chat? Again, I was going to say 1200, but then chat bullied me into going lower. Let's see if chat was correct or if they debated me.
Well, I'm betting one of us is dropping the score. I just don't know which one of us is dropping it.
All right. Moment. Drum roll. What?
I told you that this is the problem. I had a feeling that you every so often you get one of these ridiculous games like this. Yeah. Ugh.
Oh,
That's
man.
hilarious though. So I actually, one thing I said after we muted was my instincts told me that actually white had to have some kind of understanding, because F3 and the knight C2 with C4 felt like moves that I didn't think that could be played by someone who's a total beginner. So I guess I was kind of right on that, but still. Actually, I'm gonna ask my mods. Can my mods tell me who played this? Because I actually want to shame. I feel like shaming this.
No, I think they're gonna be ashamed already looking at our guesses for this game.
Yes, yeah. I kind of want to. Oh, the mods say they're not revealing names. Oh, very sad.
They're
very
safe.
sad.
They're safe.
Yeah,
they'll never
very
know.
Sad.
I mean, this was just such a weird game, but yeah, they did have some technique. You know what? I'm going to start trusting my gut a little bit more and go. I was going to go a bit higher on this one.
Yeah, but I mean, we're both going to be dropping it, I think. Most likely.
People keep spamming in my chat. Alex was white, Keck W. That's not true. I was not white. Please don't, foil my name like that. Okay. I'm going to get the next game.
Sure.
Now you have quite a bit of a lead, so I need to start getting more precise.
Well, but like I said, we're dropping our lowest score, and I suspect that's going to be the lowest score for both of us.
That's true. Okay, good. This is a nice competitive format.
Board went blank for me.
Yep, because I was setting the new game.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So I'll make the moves. Okay. So E4, C5. Okay. Knight F3, Knight C6. An opening you should be very familiar with.
Yeah, I love playing the Sicilian. No, I'm kidding. I don't, but I like watching it. My sister plays it.
Oh, sorry. It's not you. It's Andrea who plays Accelerated Dragon.
Andrea always plays this.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Sorry. I'm learning from her.
Right. Okay. So Knight C3, Bishop G7, Bishop E3, Knight F6, F3, castles, Queen D2, D5. So this is actually really good understanding by Black, because this is almost theory, or this is just theory.
Almost like theory? Where do they deviate?
Well, but like normally the reason, actually this is just a known trap. Normally, like if you look at the regular dragon, like one of the main lines is like this. Yep. Bishop E3, Bishop G7, F3, castles, Queen D2, Knight 6 castles. And now Black plays D5. So this is like the main line of the Yugoslav variation of the dragon. Whereas in this game, if you go here, Black gets it before White's castle. So it's just you don't waste time on playing D6.
Got it. So you gain a tempo in the different move order. Okay.
Right.
So it could show some deep positional understanding.
I think it just shows that, yeah, the person they know what they're doing with the opening.
Okay.
So E5, Knight E8. Okay, F4, F6. Takes, H3, Queen C7. I think this is pretty high level, just looking at it initially. Castles, Bishop B7.
Definitely our highest level game that we've seen so far.
Well,
maybe not from the last
maybe
one.
not by rating. Maybe not by rating. Let's not forget the last game what the rating was.
Well, I mean,
But
the last one could have had somebody very high rated as black and maybe lower rated as white. Could have been like a sub challenge or something.
True. Okay, so g4, c5, bishop g2, d4. Very, very good play by black.
Mm-hmm.
The fork. So takes, white takes, d8. Okay. Pretty good stuff. Check king h8, f5. Okay, rook d1, rook c8, queen e6.
Curious how it's gonna end.
Yeah, I mean, probably because players get low on time. This is the other thing that starts to like mess around with a little bit, because now after queen b3, black plays knight e4, which is just a free piece.
Right.
Like I bet black was low on time, which is why he played knight e4.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So bishop h6.
At least they found that nice idea there with bishop h6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the ratings are. This is very
and we don't know the time format. Is it blitz?
I think it's always, well, it's on chess. We know these are games from chess.com, so
Probably.
It has to be blitz.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's like 3-0 or 5-0 or actually, no, it could be bullet star as
or
well,
rapid, but nobody really plays rapid on
Right.
chess.com.
Right. So queen e8 check.
No.
And it's a draw.
No. Wait, was it a forced draw? Can't you play bishop f8?
No, because then you lose your rook.
Oh, true. So you can't even get out of it.
Right. All right. Well, I guess let's deliberate.
Huh. Okay. All right. I'm gonna mute. Okay. So black played good openings. It's not I'm not listening to chat anymore. You guys told me to go lower on the last one. Shame on you, chat. Shame on you. You're banished. You're in the corner for that one. I'm gonna think of my own answer, and you know what? We could see who's better, me or chat. Maybe we can do a poll for you guys. I mean, this little draw at the end and the fact that he didn't go for it was pretty nice. I'm gonna say if it was a blitz game. Okay, I just want to go back through it very quickly. That must have been strategic, and white must have thought it was okay. White was feeling a little frisky. Okay. I could see this being a... I'm gonna go high. I'm gonna say 23-20. Wait, that's what the last one was. Never mind. That's what the last one was. I mean, this one, I just feel like it was high rated because there was that perpetual at the end. It was a strategic sacrifice. They were both playing pretty good theory. It was blitz, so people blunder. I don't think it's too much. I'm gonna say 2400. I'm gonna say 2400. I think it's 2400. He dropped a piece. I mean, he could have been thinking about it. Okay, fine. 2100. You guys are making me go lower. I'm gonna say 2150. Final answer, influenced by chat yet again. All right, I have my answer.
All right, so I'm gonna go with 2275.
I'm gonna go with 2150.
Okay. I think I'm on the right track. I think if anything, it can only be higher. So I think I'm right on this one.
I listened to my chat again. They always.
I think I went too low. I think it's actually higher.
You can. Well, I guess.
Okay.
Wait. Did the answer pop up?
Yes.
Hang on, I haven't seen it yet. Yes.
That is so absurd.
Yes.
That's actually, I guess, I mean, that's really good understanding. But I mean, I don't know how a 1719 spots this draw with like queen f7. And also the way black played the opening was really, really good.
I thought they may have done that just because you always check out a desperation. They could have stumbled into it.
Right, but actually, but more than that, though, I thought the opening was very impressive. Like, I'm very impressed that 1700 could play f6, and then also like after f6, then play like bishop b7 and c5 is like really, really good understanding.
Well, that's nice. The other guy, you know, he had to be shamed, but this guy or girl gets credit. So there we go.
Right.
There we go. And I needed this recovery. This helps me out a little bit.
Yeah, well, I don't even know. I mean, because we're dropping the bottom score, so it's going to be who knows?
Well, we're probably definitely dropping the one before.
most likely,
unless it gets even crazier than that.
Yeah, I think we're both dropping that because we're both off by like 1,000 points.
Yeah, exactly. All right, my chat actually did save me for that one. I wanted to go. I wanted to go higher. I was almost going to say like 23 or 24.
Well, that was my thing. That's actually why I said that I thought that I was going to be right, because I thought if anything, it actually had to be higher than what it was.
Well, so, yeah. I would not have expected 1,700. That was 2,000 would have been the lowest I would have said.
Right. All right, let's go to the next one.
Yep, I'm pulling it up. Okay, here we go. Let me just make sure that I have it all.
Sure, no problem.
Just gonna download the little text document. It might make it easier. Okay. We are on game 5, right? Yep. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I will go through this one. We have another Reti. Actually, the Reti was the first opening I played when I started.
That's a pretty good opening to start with, I think. I mean, very thematic.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think of D4 here?
I mean, I think it's the best move. I also think it shows pretty good understanding. To play, I think it shows good understanding by both sides. Like, because normally this feels like something that players who are master level would play, at least. So let's see. Okay, so it's like the Benoni now. So, okay.
A3, okay. Queen A4.
This is gonna make this very hard to guess.
Yeah, because I can't tell if why would you want black to put their bishop on D7 instead of just playing Queen C2 directly?
You won, so it's like this is gonna be hard to guess.
Okay, so that was already in an accuracy. Now knight D2. I mean, this seems like a pretty normal style Benoni with the white side of the pieces.
Right.
Okay. Knight
Yeah.
E4.
Okay. Okay, so F5. Yeah. I'm really confused. This Queen A4 is like very confusing because also black took with the pawn on F6, which is not normal.
True. And then I mean bishop H3, bishop takes G2, I think was pretty okay. Knight C7. Ooh, he just walked right into it. Not a good sign.
Right.
All right, so white's just up in exchange, moves the king back. That's a pretty regular move, although you didn't need to move it back.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Grabs the open file. Black is trying to checkmate on G2, and that's white defends with F3.
F4,
ooh,
yeah, okay.
Takes. I kind of expected G4 for some reason, but actually this is probably better.
I mean, this is better, but I'm not sure what to make of this. Okay.
All right, now the king's running, but white's up a rook. Ooh.
Okay, so it's
how did we get here? Okay.
Still very, very complicated.
Yeah. I guess white ends up winning this game. Let's see if there's any other mistakes.
Okay. Okay, so white starts taking. Okay. Huh.
There goes some of the pawns.
Okay.
Just gotta speed a little bit here.
Huh. This is strange.
Wait, so black's gonna end up winning this?
I guess. I'm actually not sure. Like, probably players are low on time here.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to tell towards the end. Then the accuracy just drops even more. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay, so black tricked white. Okay, so white ended up blundering one of the rooks, and somehow black ended up winning this. Oh man, this game had a lot in it. All right, I'll
Yeah,
let you deliberate, and
all right.
and feel free to make the moves to it. Does it bother you when
Sure.
I redo the
No,
game?
no, it doesn't. Not at all. No,
Okay.
it's fine. Okay.
All right, guys, let's try to figure it out. I'm just gonna play through it very quickly again. So ready was fine. Queen a4 is like, what are you doing this? You're not over 2100 if you're playing that. It's just not a good move. Then the Bononi is happening. Pieces are being developed. Black somehow misses knight c7, so this feels under 2000 for sure. Thanks Divizzle, appreciate it.
16,160.
Vila, if you're watching, do you mind turning off text to speech just so that it doesn't cut off Hikaru when he's talking? Otherwise, I obviously don't mind it. Okay. I mean, white should have been able to pull that off. Okay. Honestly, this was more like a 1800 game to me. I think it felt pretty 1800. Because 1800s hang on to that. It wasn't that bad. Maybe 1700. No, I mean, yeah, I think it's between 1600 to 1800. I don't know if we want to be on the low end or the high end. They played it pretty well, and black fought on. I don't know. I think in time pressure these okay, I'm gonna say 1750. I'm gonna say 1750. Even though it's really the reason I don't want to say 1750 is because it's too close to the previous guess, which is kind of making me feel like they're gonna want to get some range. So no, it's not that low. The opening was mature. So maybe 18. 18. Honestly, it could even be 1900s who just blunder. Because Queen a4 is, it could even be 1900. Yeah, I'm gonna say 1900 because we haven't had that. We've had 1700. 1600 feels too low. 1800 is too close to 1700. I feel like whoever picked these games wanted to make a range, so I'm gonna say 1900. I'm metaing this game. I'm really on the meta. All right, I got my answer whenever you're ready.
All right. I'm gonna go with 2200.
Wow. Okay, I said 1900, which
You're probably right. I don't know. I just felt like the end game was played too well by both sides.
That's fair. That's fair. Thank you, Kasparov Chess. I don't know if Kasparov was on that channel.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes, and yes.
What?
Yes, very good.
2400? Are you kidding me?
Yes. I had a feeling it had to be higher. Like, and the only reason I thought it had to be higher was because the end. There were two reasons. The game went very long, but like the end game was like 30 moves of two rooks versus queen, and there weren't really blunders until the very end.
That's a good point, but I thought the missed fork and queen a4, and then what happened? I don't know. 2400 just felt too high for that.
Yeah, well, it's like my chats are like, kind of 2400 really blunder knight c7? Can they really blunder that fork? Like,
yes,
like,
they can, and
yes,
they
can,
especially in blitz.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. So have I been just underrated, going too low for most of these?
You've been I think you've been lower. You've been guessing lower than I have on every single one, but it's like it's a mix because on a couple of them you've been really right, whereas I've been really wrong.
Yeah.
So it's tricky.
All right.
Very tricky.
All right, I'm gonna put the next game in. I'm gonna try to get redemption. This one felt bad. I was confused, but I like your analysis of how long they didn't blunder in the bullet. That was good.
There was also one other thing that I didn't say, which was that the number of moves, like they played 71 moves.
Yeah.
And I felt that below a certain rating, you're just not gonna have a blitz game that goes 71 moves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna put the next one.
Sure.
Here we go. All right, here it is.
Okay, so e4, e5, queen h5, g6. Okay, unfortunately, this is some sort of PTSD for me. I've seen this. I think I saw at least like 4 different games where XQC lost to this, where he allowed queen e5 and queen takes h8. So this brings back some memories for
Yeah,
sure.
I saw the trauma in your eyes. It's okay, Hikaru.
Yeah.
You'll get through it. You'll get through it.
So queen takes e4, bishop e2, bishop g7.
Oh my gosh.
Takes king e7. Okay, f3 is a weird move though. Actually, f3 is a very weird move. Okay, so f3, queen f4.
Just please, okay.
Takes.
White is just taking everything. Oh no,
Takes.
I have a white isn't gonna get mated, are they?
I doubt it somehow.
No, okay. I looked
Okay.
towards the spoiler.
Okay. Okay, this doesn't look like a game I've seen before, so I'm pretty sure this is not an XQC game. Okay.
This does
Yeah,
feel
I mean, I'll
like
just
it
go
was a
towards the end.
Pop-Champs game.
Yeah, it's definitely that. It's of some kind of like lower tier
Yeah.
game for sure.
But which
Okay.
lower tier I'm not sure, because White actually played. I mean, White played for traps, so I guess his opponent or her opponent must have been very low rated. But White actually played decently.
That's true. Although it wasn't hard to play decently. Everything
That's
was
true. That's true. That's true.
It's like
Ar-
a game of Pac-Man. Just take every single piece off the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure what game we're watching. That was just gobbling everything.
Right.
All right, I'll let you deliberate.
Sure.
All right, chat. So, I mean, we could say 420 for the meme. Say 420 for the meme. I mean, you only try to checkmate your opponent if they're sub. Don't let your memes be dreams. I mean, black could have very much been under, but it feels like it could have been a 300 versus a 500, right? No, it's not good. This is not going to be a 700 rated game. That would be insane. Although XQC did get checkmated in 6 and he was about 600. So 600s do lose like that. White's mating technique was good. So we don't want to do 420. I am going to do 420. Chat, I'm going to do 420. This was very low. This was very low. We're going to do 420. We're going to say it. All right, I think I got our answer.
All right, I'm going to go with 601.
And we're going to go with 420.
Okay.
I'm always lower than you. I'm always lower than you. But hopefully it's right this time. It just feels like you don't lose all of your pieces like that. Although G6 could have been just a blunder.
Oh.
Wait.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm just barely closer.
That hurts. That hurts.
Wow. Okay.
Ooh. All right. Well, at least we were both closer there. That one felt fair. It wasn't like the other ones that were more shocking. So.
Right. That had to be somewhere in that range. It's just a question of kind of like what the rating could be. But that was a very fair one.
I should have let my memes be dreams and not play 420.
I think your guess I think actually both our guesses were pretty good. I mean, I think because you can either, I think you like realistically, you probably guess 500 and like you guess on the lower end, I guess on the higher end. So I think we both made pretty good guesses.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, let me pick the next game.
Sure.
Game 7. Okay, we're going to need to have some spot on guesses. This is actually really fun. Kind of relaxing.
It's well, yeah, I mean, as long though those previous two ones were definitely frustrating. It's very frustrating because like sometimes I've done it and it's like I want to try to get like an average score, and then there's one of those ones where you bomb it. It's like you say like 1500 is like 2500. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, like number 3, but it does make it more fun when there's curveballs because it's harder to think and it changes your psychology for guessing the other ones.
Right, exactly.
I'll let you take the wheel on this one.
Okay, so D4, B5. Okay.
The Polish, okay. It could be a memer. Could be, Tentacion just having fun.
This is a very, very weird. I don't know what D5 and D4 are. This is going to be a very weird game. Okay, all pawn moves. Okay. Okay. This is, oh man, this is going to be a problem because this feels like a game that is actually played by two good players to me.
Really? Who are just memeing or what?
This has a very weird feel. Well, maybe not anymore, but I was going to say like the rook A6 and rook D6 felt very surprisingly good. Okay. Like, what is this game even? I don't even know what to make of this game. Huh. So maybe I'm just crazy, actually. It's possible I'm just crazy. Rook F8, white takes.
This feels like it's gone terribly wrong for black.
For black or for, well, now it's gone terribly wrong for white.
Sorry, I meant for, yeah.
Well, white, no, but I mean, white's up a piece until you go knight F5.
Yeah,
so,
I know. That's what I mean. It looked really bad for black, but you know what? Surprise, knight F5 is coming in.
Right, so takes.
Oh,
okay,
no.
check. Okay, that's one way of playing, I guess. Okay.
Even I'm not that creative with my gambits, you know?
That's yeah,
I swear I did not play this game, Hikaru.
That is a very special Botez gambit.
Yeah.
Because it's like I mean, like, it's much easier like from far away to see to hang your queen, but like to hang the queen to like this is like just 2 squares away is very, very very close.
And it's taken by the same piece that's already attacking your queen.
Right.
It's just very, it's not, yeah. Okay.
So let's see. And then here, okay. Okay, not a bad, actually, that's not a bad move at all. And then here. And here. Huh,
well,
okay.
black made it pretty cleanly after, but white's moves really threw me off there.
Yeah, I mean, this one has potential to be problematic.
Yeah,
this could be like pretty decent players, I think.
Or just, yeah, okay.
Or just beginners. All right, okay. Let's see.
I'm not looking at chat. I'm gonna pretend this was a sub battle. I just saw this game in a sub battle. I was probably yelling. I was like, why are you guys blundering the queens? I probably threatened to like ban the player who gave his queen away. You probably played for my team. Visualize, visualize, visualize. What is the rating next to this username? I feel like I mean 1530 is what comes to my mind. Could be higher, could be lower. I haven't been very good at this game. I honestly think it's like 1530. I think these people just blundered. I don't think it's too high. I actually think it's like 1500. I think chat is wrong. I'm going to say 1530. No, I actually think so. I think so. No. 1500 is legit. Okay. No, we're going with what I said. We're going with what I said. Now you're sad about your rating? Don't be. All right, I have my answer.
All right, I'm gonna go with 850.
Okay, I probably shouldn't have done this. I said 1530. I just feel like...
Okay, but I mean, if you're behind, I mean, you can gamble. Yeah, there's no reason not to.
I'm gambling, and I've seen this kind of play in my sub battles from 1500s. I closed my eyes and pretended it was a sub battle because I've been through some tough times watching my subs blunder queens like this.
Okay, actually, it makes some sense. Oh.
Yeah, okay, I overshot a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I mean, I haven't looked at the averages, but if you're far behind, it actually makes sense kind of on the random one to guess like really high or really low one way or the other.
I like you justifying my bad decision, and I'm going to accept that explanation. I'm just going to say that's why. It could be.
I mean, I was trying to figure out like the thing for me but I will say I actually thought 1006 was on the high side. So, I mean, I guess you did have the right idea. But it's it's too high. All right.
Okay. I got a little too crazy. Sometimes it happens. Okay. YouTuber versus Facebook gaming.
Right.
Poor Facebook gaming. Like YouTube versus Twitch would have been a bit more interesting, but I feel like Facebook gaming is always the butt of the joke. Right.
Yeah, actually I'm just gonna change the scene for 1 second just to show my chat because like it's very funny, but like they don't see it on mine.
Oh yeah, of course.
But
go for it.
But yeah, like
I'm just gonna grab some water. 1 second.
Sure, yeah, no problem. But yeah, so those of you who are watching, every game has a really funny set of names. So like what Alexandra is referring to is like here you see the name. Like the previous one I think had Ninja versus Tim the Tap Man, and this one it says like YouTuber versus Facebook Gamer. So you guys couldn't see it, but yeah. So all these games have really funny names on them. So even though you couldn't see it, we did see them, and I thought I'd just point that out for you guys.
All right.
Sure, no problem.
I'm back. Did you get your names on?
Yeah. I showed it. So,
okay,
yeah.
Perfect. All right, let's continue here. So Tramposky attack.
Yes.
Interesting. So no 94 line, but I guess you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, but okay. I think actually, if we go back here, just like basic rationale, I think like if you're a stronger player, you'll either play D5 or knight to E4 or E6. But G6 is a move that I think you play if you're not used to it, and you just play the King's Indian every game.
Yeah, I agree because it's not the best line here. Okay. Let's see how White plays this.
Very good by both sides. This looks like a game that I lost in Linares in 2003 so far.
With what side of the pieces?
I think I lost the game with the white side of the pieces. I lost the game in the Trompovsky to Pavel Elyanov, grandmaster from Ukraine.
Okay.
So that's kind of what this reminds me of a little bit.
So so this line could have actually been played by a strong player.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Knight B1.
Interesting move. Not a bad move, but interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious where he's going with it. So knight C3. That was not the worst repositioning. Knight's better on C3 than it was on D2.
Ew, G5. Yikes. That's a bad move.
Yeah, that is bad. Where's he going with that? Queen B5. That's fine. I guess he's putting pressure on D5. It looks good. A3? That feels
unusual,
weird.
but not bad.
Not the best move. Okay, so H5, black is just marching forward. Knight A4. Okay, that white is playing this pretty well. H4.
Knight C5, H3, King H1.
That's nice. Knight G1.
Knight
okay.
G1.
Only move really. Can white take on B7 here? Probably not.
Actually, I think white can, but maybe the dangers after knight b7, there might be some trick with like takes, and some rook b8 maybe.
Okay.
I mean, white's still probably better, although you have to worry because your knight actually is really bad on g1 here. It's like you don't really have anywhere to go with it.
Yeah,
so it could be problematic.
Okay, so queen e2, I think white just wanted to get rid of the pressure instead, and probably the line you just showed. Queen f3, very eager to trade queens here. I would be too, with that pawn cornering my king.
Although rook d1's a bad move. I think if white goes g4, it's just positionally winning because the bishop is really bad. On g7, you're going to win h3 as well. Like, this bishop is just so bad behind the pawn.
Yeah, actually, this looks like a positional puzzle. g4 is a very important move here because you don't think to play it because it looks as if you're weakening your kingside pawns, but then you're just completely...
Right, you can take h3. You can even get the outpost, knight e2, g3, f5. Like, it's just, yeah, the bishop is just terrible behind the pawn. That's also why earlier you should never play g5. Like, if I go back here, black always wants to play f5 to open up the diagonal when you have these double pawns, one on top of the other.
Right. Yeah, and then now the black fianchettoed bishop is just going to be useless. Okay, so g4, white missed that. Feels like white started playing a little passively, but I guess not a choice. He's just getting his pieces pushed back.
Right.
Rook e6, okay, defending the knight. Offering the queen trade again. Very excited. Okay, f5, finally. He forced black into a good strategy. Knight e2, nice, looking towards f4. Free pawn.
Right.
Oh, does this work?
It kind of does, yeah. Kind of. Oh, dear. Oh, there's queen f3. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, that was a cute little tactic. This was actually a fun game. This was a fun game.
Yeah, this one's also tricky. Hard to judge.
All right, I'll let you deliberate. Okay, so some strategic mistakes could be like 2100, I think. No, I mean, black found some nice tactics and white was trying. I mean, this could be a blitz game. For blitz, it could be 2100. If you know the game, don't tell me. I don't want to know the answer for sure. That feels like cheating. So I would say 2100. I'd say 2100. Papa spoiling? Dad, don't spoil. Well, okay, I'm not gonna change my answer now in case Andrea's black. Okay, well, I already said 2100, so I'm not changing. Guys, don't worry, I'm not changing my answer. Andrea's like 1900, so it. Yeah. I got it whenever you're ready.
All right, so I'm gonna go with 2150.
I said 2100.
Okay, let's see.
And I think somebody in my chat after I said it, and by somebody I mean my dad, spoiled it, and he said Andrea played as black, but he might just be memeing. He might just be memeing. I don't know if that's real or not.
Wait, but if she played this game, that means this must be a pretty. Did she play?
Oh my gosh, 2125. Wow.
Oh, so we literally get the same. Okay.
Yes. So this was Andrea versus Kurtz versus Mannered Monkey. And I'm only telling you because my chat spammed it too. So that's why it's 2100 because he's like 2400.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Wait, but this was just a random blitz game, or was this like an event?
I don't know. Oh, Kurt Schneider. Never mind. Kurt Schneider.
Oh, it's from the event the other day. That's okay. That's why everyone gets it. I was like, yeah, like why is this a notable game? Like, because if it's just a random blitz game she plays, why does everyone seem to know it? Okay, that's why, because it was like 2 days ago. Okay.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Okay.
That makes sense. People wouldn't remember the other one. I thought they somehow knew. Okay, yeah, Vila recognized
That's
this game.
why.
Well,
that's why. Yeah.
At least we split this one.
True. Exactly.
I'll take that. I'll take a split for once.
Yeah.
All right.
2 more. Let's see.
My dad said it's also on our Reddit. Papabotez has so much credit karma. It's actually impressive. He makes so many memes. All right. I'll pull it in game 9. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Huh.
All right. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
The names here, they're gonna.
Yeah, BLM and Proud Boy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Y'all were getting creative with these ones.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the Grunfeld opening. This is pretty advanced. I think one thing I would say for people who are newer to the game is this is not an opening that I think anyone below like 2400 should play. Not that people won't play it below that, but I think it's an opening that like you just should not touch at all.
Okay.
So bishop g7, bishop f4, c6. Okay, not the best move. Normally black plays for c5. E3, castles, queen b3. Okay, pretty good understanding. a5, takes. Okay, rook c1, knight c6, bishop b5, bishop d7. Castles e6. This feels pretty high level so far.
Yeah.
d6, rook e8, bishop g3. Wow. Queen b6, a4. I guess support the bishop, right?
I wonder if there is going to be any of our games in here because I feel like I may have played this as white. I don't think I did, but I've played similar positions.
I had one time when I did it, I had one of my games pop up, but only one time.
But you knew it. You knew your game, right?
I didn't know who it was against, but yeah, I was able. It felt like one of my games, and I more or less, yeah, I had a strong suspicion.
Okay.
So rook a c8. Okay. All right, rook to c2. Oh, by the way, someone in chat asked me why black can't go knight a7 here, just to show something instructive.
Yep.
Knight a7 loses the queen because white is bishop c7 trapping it.
Yeah, that's a very nice tactic.
So that's why rook a8 is played here. Rook c2. Okay, knight b8. Although now knight a7 actually is good because now there's no bishop c7. So knight b8, rook c1, takes. Okay, queen takes. Knight d7, rook c7. Knight f6.
Okay.
Rook b7, rook c8 played here. Okay, h3.
So white is slowly outplaying black here.
Yeah. 94. Bishop c7, bishop f8, b6. Okay. Bishop d6, knight to e1.
White
Wow,
is
this is
playing
like
this
very
very well.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although black's
takes.
a little bit less so.
True. Well, it's a very tough opening to play.
True.
Although rook b8, b7.
What could black
Funny
have
thing
done
is-
instead?
Knight d6.
Uh-oh.
Black didn't play it, but knight d6 is the move. I mean, it's losing still because white can go like rook c6 takes and rook b6 with like knight d3, c5. But to go king g7 and just miss it is also kind of weird. Okay, so rook d7, a4, f3, knight d2, knight d3, knight c4, knight e5, knight a5 takes here. And now there's a checkmate, right? Check here, check here, check here. Knight e5, rook b7, rook h6 to go checkmate, I guess.
Yep.
G5, rook g6, and I guess black ran out of time here. Although black's getting checkmated regardless.
Right.
Because you're just going to take or go knight f3, like king h4 takes and then knight f3, or vice versa, like rook b2, check and mate. Okay.
So white played really well, and even the move you showed, if he would have seen the maneuver with knight d6, then
It's
maybe
still
it was
kind of
okay.
losing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Let's see.
I'll think about it. So I'm probably gonna lose this game, chat. But this one did seem high level. White played incredibly. I would also, we haven't had any GM games, and I feel like we are going to. Black didn't play very well. I think 26 something is a good guess. I think it's about 2600. We've already had a 24. Like, if you guys notice, none of the ratings have been repeated, right? So I'm gonna say 20. I'm probably gonna say 26. I'm gonna say 27. I think I need to be a little bit bolder because otherwise I'm gonna lose. And also it's blitz. 2700s aren't that good. So what about 2666? We can go with that. I need to give one feedback on something that I got sent, but I could do it after. Yeah, we're gonna go 2669. All right, guys, I got it. We've decided. All right, I've come up with an answer.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 2725.
And I'm gonna go with 2669. Chat obviously suggested this. Very obviously.
Let's see.
You went pretty high.
Well, I went high because I thought since you were behind. We're both off by a mile.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna say whoever that 2022 is, you have a very bright future in chess. You have a very bright future. Because this was played very well.
I feel like the mods should share the name when somebody gets a compliment and hide them when they play badly, you know?
That's true.
That's
Actually,
kind of a nice
that's
way
a
to
good
do
point.
it.
Yeah.
Because you only like hearing the compliments.
Yeah.
Okay.
His name is Control Alt Deleted. Okay.
Huh.
Control Alt Deleted. Wow.
That was a good
Yeah, I
game.
mean, because it's a very impressive game. I mean, very impressive.
These are actually really good picks for the games.
Yeah. Wow. 2000 played this game. It's like very impressive. Very, very impressive game. Very impressive game.
Yeah, agreed. We both went so high.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Here we go. Here's game number 10.
Huh.
All right. So this is Speedster versus Accuracy Matters.
Right. Okay.
That's a good name. All right. Sorry, I think you're gonna get this.
No, it's okay. So G3, Knight F. Well, no, I did or actually you did the last one, right? Knight F6, or no, I did the last one, so you can do this one.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, more ready, or King's Indian attack, some combination.
Really waiting to push any. Do you think it's good to castle first and wait, or better to push the
I think it depends which system you're taught. Like if you're basically taught like all these systems with D3, then I don't think it matters. If you're taught systems where you try to play like Catalan or readies, like, you know, if you're going to play like D4 in one go, or you're going to play C4, then probably you should probably play like C4 D4 first without castling. Whereas if you learn the D3 systems, I don't think it matters what the order is.
Okay.
And also, as we see, white clearly intended to play D3, so
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Knight D2. Okay. E4. Castle.
Okay. Yeah. Knight E4 is already not the best move. I mean, white should take with the pawn on E4. If you're more advanced, you would take with the pawn, not the knight, because you basically concede the center here potentially. So it's a little bit of an unusual move.
So should black not have taken the knight here?
Well, I think the point is that basically white can never claim any advantage, because after trade and castles, you can't ever put pressure on E5, and the bishop on C5 is better than your bishop on C1. So like in a position like D4, normally how white plays is you take with the pawn, and let's just say black castles, you try to go something like C3, B4, knight C4, or knight C4 right away just to put pressure on the center. Whereas when you take with the knight, it's not like you're worse or anything, but you never really are better here.
Right. Okay, so that gives away white's chances for getting an advantage out of the opening.
Right, exactly. Okay, nice move.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's G6 was kind of a weird move on black's end. It didn't feel necessary. Could have just maybe moved his knight instead.
Yeah, but the problem is if you move the knight instead, the white knight's going to F5. So like, I mean, if you play knight F6, white is like bishop G5 and rook D1. And if you move like this way, I think white can still go to F5 here, potentially. I mean, I think G6 is okay move. I don't know if it's best, but I think it's okay at least.
Okay. Bishop H6 makes sense. Rook E8, rook A-D1. I mean, this is already actually looking kind of bad for black, right?
Right. So, okay, B6. Okay, bishop A6. It's a good move.
Yeah, C4.
Okay.
B3. Okay, makes sense. Black is repositioning their pieces very well here. Rook takes. Does that feel weird to you?
I think it's actually the best move, probably. I mean, you can maybe take with the bishop as well. Yeah, probably bishop takes is a little bit better, but you only have 2 captures to begin with, so I guess not that surprising to take with the rook here.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay, so rook G4, yeah, goes all in on the attack.
Rook F1.
All
right, preparing some queen G7 annoyances here. Bishop G5. Oh, I like it. Is white repositioning here?
Knight F3 is a great move. Well, I don't know if it's the best move, but it's a very creative move.
It is creative. It is creative. And then you can't take on D8 here because you just capture the rook.
Yeah.
That's a nice save. That's a nice save. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. So if knight takes.
Wow.
What happens if knight takes rook? You take on D2, and I guess that you're just okay with that.
Yeah, no, I mean it looks yeah, you're just up a pawn, but rook takes G2 is very high level. Takes G2 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just like okay, but actually now there's rook G7. Wait a second. Now you're losing. Or no, you aren't losing. Knight F6. Okay.
And you can't play rook F8, so you gotta, I guess, defend here as white. Ooh.
Yeah, and now black just wins. Huh.
Yeah, wait, wasn't rook takes H2 checkmate?
Oh yeah, rook H2 is mate in one also. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know which move is
I mean, it doesn't matter because you're winning regardless. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what? Okay, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Knight F3 is a very high quality move, though.
Yeah, I'll go back to it right here. Knight F3.
Right. Yeah, Knight F3 is a very high quality move.
Right, because black basically realizes they're in huge trouble here and under attack. They don't really have play, so they simplify and they see that tactic to not lose material.
Right, yeah. All right.
Okay. Good luck on this one.
Okay, good luck to you too on this one. Let's see.
Huh. Okay, anybody saying anything under 2400 in chat is actually tripping. I think this is at least 2400. I mean, the line with knight h4 feels like it could have been prepared here. Also, I'm getting very cold. The AC is on very high. Huh. But how did white end up losing? How did white end up losing this game? That was strange to me because white had a really good position. But black played incredibly defensive. I did say 2666 on a guy, but I mean Hikaru said 2700, Nicholas. So, hey. I mean, look, I'm really behind, so I don't think I can catch up regardless. So I need to make kind of a bold claim to go for the best and try to hit it on the nose, right? There's only been this is not good. I just don't think this is under 2000. I think we haven't had a game that I'm gonna just guess. I'm gonna guess 2696. Yeah, honestly, I think it should be over 2500 because we haven't seen a game with that yet. None of the ratings have been repeated just yet. So it's not going to be 2000. It's not going to be 2100. This is not 1900. I don't know way this is 1900 or 1800. So it makes me feel it's over, which makes me think it's going to be like 2600. And I need to go for a bold bet. So let's go with way too high. No. But we need a bold bet here. We actually do, because otherwise we're going to lose. Otherwise we're going to lose. Stop saying bald. I said bold, not bald. Bold bet. Okay, so we're going to say, I'm going to go with 2669 again. Or I'm just going to say 2650. No memes. All right, I got my answer.
I'm going to go with 2850.
Oh, shoot. I said 2650.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Whenever you're higher on these, even though my chat was telling me I'm going way too high, and I told them that they were wrong.
Knight at 3 is like an amazing move. Like, it's just such a high quality move in Blitz to find.
That's fair. 2957. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Who played that game? Do we know, or we're not revealing?
Oh, it's Naroditsky against Brandon Jacobson. Oh, that's why. Okay. Actually, wait, Daniel played knight takes e4? Really? Really, Riley? Really? Knight takes e4? Really? Okay.
You know what I told my chat? I'm going to capture them and I'm going to put them on the YouTube video so that they can see what they did for telling me that answer was too high.
Really? Knight takes e4 by Daniel? Really? Really? Huh.
So do you think he prepared this, or you just think it's not?
No, I mean, it's just a blitz game. I'm surprised because it really makes the game very flat. Like, because the thing is, like, normally when you, like, the whole point is when you play this, like, ready or king's any attack and black takes. I mean, I'm actually hard pressed to think of a situation where you take with the knight and you don't take with the pawn. So I'm just kind of surprised. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong scene. Sorry, but yeah, I'm very hard pressed to think of a situation where you like in a king's any attack or any of these setups where you take with the knight and you don't take with the pawn on e4. Huh. Anyway, yeah.
What do you think the possible explanation would be for it?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's just blitz. Obviously, you never know what the match score was, or what the flow of the games was. That's the first thing. But it actually, especially because this was a game played between them, it's surprising because when you have the white pieces, you want to like get initiative and attack. Mm-hmm. And so like trading the knights, it kind of makes it a lot harder because you trade knights off the board. And secondly, also for someone like Danya's a very aggressive player. So like trading down pieces is not in his style so much. So it's also kind of surprising. But I will say that overall, though, this knight f3 move is ridiculously good by Brandon. This knight f3 move on move 22 is like really good, like amazingly good.
No, that's true.
Oh, actually, you know what? Daniel's in chat. You know what he wrote?
What?
He was hoping for a pre-move. That's why he took with the knight. So it's like, here I am with my like super deep analysis of why he took with the knight, and he's like, oh, he's just hoping for a prima so he could take the bishop on c5.
Oh, were they playing bullet?
Oh, actually, I mean, I don't know if this was blitz or bullet. It could have been either.
He wouldn't be waiting for a pre-move if it's not bullet.
Oh, actually, this is bullet. Knight f3 is even more impressive.
Oh,
but I think it was
Box
blitz.
said it was 3 minutes. Okay. It's funny
yeah.
that he was waiting for a pre-move. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's the flow of the match. Like in the first game or like second game, you're not going to have that happen. But if you played like 5-10 games, sometimes you do actually do this because you're hoping that people will just be blitzing out the moves and make mistakes. So, yeah. But no, now it makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
Huh. Well,
yeah.
So yeah, you guessed most of these correct, but this was my first time playing, so I feel like I needed a warm up, you know?
Yeah, I think what I would say is that it seemed like you assumed that the players you guess on the lower side as opposed to the higher side, like pretty consistently. I think.
Yeah, that's true. I think if I would add to most of them, they would have been a little bit more accurate. Although I did guess 1,500 for the 1,000 rated. I went a little bit too wild with that one.
Yeah, that one was probably too wild. But normally the way I look at it is I try to find a range and think about like what's the highest that a player could be when they play a move, and what's like the lowest end of that the game could be. Like, you know, it could be like say 2,000 and say like could it be 1,000 or 1,500? Then I try to basically work backwards from that. That's how I do it.
Oh, right. So that's why you were so focused on the knight f3 move, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
that makes sense. I don't think somebody could have stumbled into it, but I thought a 2650 could have played that as well.
What with the last one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A 2650 could have played it for sure. Yeah, 2650 could have played it. I have no doubt. But actually, the previous one was crazy because that was the one that like I was sure, the Grunfeld one, I was sure that had to be like a 2600, and then it was like 2,000.
Right, because you were already taking into account the Grunfeld, so you assumed it was somebody higher rated, but then White just played against it so well, so.
Right, exactly. Actually, one second, let me just adjust the scores.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I think these were all of the games we had. There was one more that may have been put in for a tiebreaker. Not that we're gonna need the tiebreaker, but
we can look at it if there's one more. Yeah, we can totally look at it.
Sure. Okay, let's do the last one. I'm gonna try to redeem myself and end on one. Although I think my last guess was okay. All right, so
sure.
Here is the last one, and we get another Polish defense.
Another one. Okay. Wow. Okay.
All right.
No, wait. No, this is what we. No, this is what we looked at. No, we looked at this one.
Yeah, we did look at this one. Yeah, we did. Okay, no, this one was at the end. So we've actually seen all of the games. We've seen all of the games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is a really fun format. I think a lot of the work has to go into putting the games, so I appreciate you doing that.
Well, that's my mods, not me, because obviously if I did, I would have gotten them all right.
Yeah, I appreciate your community doing. I don't know who did.
Yeah, so. Right. Exactly.
That's how you beat me, Hikaru.
Right.
I knew it. You just pretended to be off by a little bit, you know?
Yeah, just randomly threw in the one where I'm off by 1,000 points. Yeah.
Well, you had to show that it was actually not rigged. I'm kidding.
But that actually be really dangerous because like since I'm going first on every one, like if you get it right there, I just lose. Yeah, I actually just lose.
Because you're going on which one?
Yeah, because I'm off by, well, maybe not since we dropped the low score, but I mean if I'm off by 1,000 points and you're like if you just guess like 1,500 even.
Yeah,
or like
that's
1,600.
True.
Yeah, I'm in bad shape.
Well, not if it wasn't dropped. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, because you can always get crazy with one. I got crazy with a few too many. My 1,500 one was off by a lot as well.
Right. Yeah, that one was definitely too much. But no, overall that was fun though. I like the format. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I did too. I'm gonna gift the 20 subs. So if you guys are watching Hikaru's chat and you're not, a sub yet, now is the raffle. Are you guys ready? Drum roll.
See.
There we go.
See. So yeah, thank you so much. If your name is in these 20, congrats. If it's not, I'm sure people will gift in the future as well. So you'll have more opportunities. But congrats to the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Alexandra. And congrats to all of you guys who did get one of the gifted subs. Congrats on winning the lottery. I know it's not quite the same as winning the actual lottery, but it's something comparable.
Yeah, very, very comparable. I actually think that a fun version of this too would be letting chat guess a range as well. and then seeing how you do against them.
Yeah, that is a pretty good idea as well. Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways that you can kind of play around with this format and make it work.
Exactly. I mean, you would definitely beat your chat. My chat seems to think that they're guessing better, so I might have to take them up on that offer.
True. But I mean, generally though, I think it's like it can go both ways. It just depends.
Yeah.
But chat sometimes chat is just like much more accurate because they have a better read on like the players than I do. Like I'm just sometimes just way off because I don't think that someone could just like play that way, and actually they can.
But actually, you guessed the lower rated ones pretty accurately. The 850, the 607, the 850 earlier on. So that was actually pretty good.
I think it's much easier though on those ones because like it's a really tight range that it can be in. Like because if you think about the 629 game, it could probably I basically thought it had to be like 800 to like 400. It's like a much tighter range. Whereas like I think the games that in like between like 1700s and 2300s, you really it's the differences are much harder to pick out. I think.
Yeah,
much harder.
I agree. I was struggling with the higher rated ones as well.
Right. Yeah, no, but that's it's very fun though. I do enjoy it a lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for doing this, and shout out to your mods for putting in the work and finding these games and putting in the names, all the creativity behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it was great, and yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you did. I hope your community enjoyed it as well, and I'm sure there are going to be more variations of this that will be done in the future.
Well, I'm down for a rematch at some point.
Absolutely.
I think I've warmed up now, and I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way: the first time that I did it, my chat was basically telling me like, "You're so terrible that you don't understand how these lower rated players play. Like Levy's better at this than you are." And like after like the second and third time, I started doing much better, pretty consistently. So you'll get much better.
Well, we got a lot of nodders, so I think they liked it as well. So good signs.
Yeah. Great.
All right. Well, I'll let you go then. I'm gonna get back to coaching. I'm doing a lot of lessons for the chess.com's event this weekend. So.
Right. Good luck with that.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, Hikaru.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, guys. I don't know how to have my webcam. Oh, also, let me check. Are we on Chess TV right now? I think we have a really long stream, and I think this is the. Okay. Yeah, we have 30 minutes before the next thing. So I'm just gonna go pee. Let me put on a quick. I'm gonna put on a YouTube video while I fix stuff because I need to get my camera on as well. Here, I'm gonna put this for now. I'll be right back. Exercise, if you can try to think out loud and explain what you're thinking as you make the moves. I mean, you already have a higher title than us, Woman Grandmaster, so it should go well.
Which clearly means I'm better, yes, of course.
Oh no, Tubbo's in here spying on his competition.
Tubbo, you ain't gonna learn shit because I haven't learned shit, okay? You're gonna get worse by watching.
That's funny because we asked Tubbo to trash talk, and he was like, honestly, I think I'm gonna get crushed.
What is his experience level like?
He's about 700 now.
Yeah, I think so. I was coaching him last night.
Dude, that's still so good.
Yeah, I think you can get started, and then we'll fix your time to make sure that you're not behind.
Yeah, how'd you get that Woman GM title? I'm assuming it was with QT, right?
Oh yeah, that was an awesome.
Yes. Woman GM.
Dude, it's so funny. I'll be playing random games, and for some reason on my phone, the chat isn't disabled. So people will just be like, how did you get that title? And I'll be like, my dad owns chess.com. I'll just say some random
That's hilarious.
That's awesome. Okay, here we go. We got it.
All right.
So
let's go.
D4. So I'm guessing you already learned some basic openings in terms of putting your pawns to the center. Do you normally play D4 or E4?
I watched one video, Leslie's video, with Hikaru on the London system, and the London system just looked so pretty that I was like,
This is my prodigy. The London is the only opening I ever play as white, and Alex always makes fun of me, but it's my favorite opening ever.
I'm liking it too.
Okay, this is perfect.
And I feel like at least at my rating, sometimes people are like, what the fuck is that? She just brought her bishop out.
For beginners, it's great, and it's a really comfortable comfortable opening.
Yeah, what's cool about it is the move order rarely changes regardless what your opponent plays. So you don't have to remember that much opening, and then it's really intuitive.
Yeah, agreed.
So far so good, and Andrea can give you the best London pointers.
I think I do F3 or knight to F3 next, right?
Good, correct.
Okay, bishop G7. So we're just doing, and ask us if you think anything we're doing is weird or unusual.
Ooh.
Is that called it starts with an F.
Fianchetto.
Yeah, your bishop.
Yeah, you should give it a better name. Some streamers
Fianchetto.
called it a sniper house, which I thought was a little more cool.
Actually, that does sound kind of cool. But to be fair, the original name sounds cool too.
That's true. It sounds very fancy. Yes, the fianchetto. Haha.
Is it not French or anything?
It sounds
I
like
thought
kind
it
of
thought it's
fun.
Italian.
I thought it was Italian. Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Okay, this is something I'm a bit unsure about. Whether I do bishop to d3 or pawn to c3.
So the move order doesn't, that's the thing, it doesn't matter too much. It depended if Alex pushed her c5 pawn and was starting like a c4, then c3 first is important, but here it doesn't make a difference.
And I'll also
Okay,
say,
true.
since you're cramming so much information before Saturday, on the move order in the opening, don't sweat it.
Yeah.
Your opponents,
No one's gonna know.
they're
how
not
to,
going to
punish
react
the move
differently.
orders, so you're
Exactly.
good.
So it'll be totally fine.
If you say so. Okay.
And I'm going to play what I see them playing often, which is
Yeah.
moves like knight f6.
Good idea.
Okay, perfect.
The opening is looking very nice. I kind of want to teach her about do you ever push your h3 pawn, Pokey?
Sometimes, but typically only when they bring the bishop out.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to attack it. So in the London, it's a really good safe move that you can always play because it makes room for your bishop to come to h2, and we'll show you how we can attack that bishop. So no,
I'm not going to take it.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
going to give
okay.
the example. So
I was gonna wait for her to push h3 first, but we can do it.
So the reason you usually push h3 is because of this move that puts pressure on your bishop, and you often want to save your bishop. In this position, you don't have a hideaway spot to go to.
True, I could only go to g3 and then trade you.
Yeah, which
Right.
isn't too bad. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's why in future games, you can always play it as a safe move.
And if you ever forget, don't panic. Just move your bishop back one. And often, if your bishop takes, you can take with either pawn depending on what your strategy is.
So I move back here.
You usually move back to g3 in this position.
Okay.
Cool.
And then I want to push the h pawn.
So you only want to push the h pawn before your bishop gets under attack.
So in future games, you can push it before you go bishop d3 or something,
Yeah.
just to not
And
allow
I'd
this
only
knight
push
trade.
it to h3.
Yes, one square, because if you extend your pawns too much where your king is going to castle, it creates weaknesses.
True.
And I do want to say one thing, because this is really different than classical chess, especially when it's faster and it's online. And as chess players, growing up, we were always taught to go for the most accurate moves. But I think when it's online chess and when you're learning, you want to kind of balance it with playing good moves that are fast instead of perfect moves that sink all your time.
True.
And on top of that, people in the tournament won't really punish small inaccuracies. The only things that will really make you lose your game is if you blunder a major piece or checkmate or
Blunder
something.
my queen.
The Botez gambit, yeah.
That's where you learn the Botez.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling there'll be some Botez gambits in the tournament.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Just
Let's just say
watching
that.
Tubbo and Fundy play last night, I saw plenty of them.
Really? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm happy to hear that.
I mean, actually, no, Tubbo, was completely winning, and then he just completely blundered his queen to Fundy. I was like, oh, I guess I coached him, so, Hey, Tubbo.
Tubbo's in the chat, Andrea.
It's okay, Tubbo, you
Sorry,
still
Tubbo.
ended up winning more games.
Yeah.
So it's just acquired taste.
Also, with this move, I've always been a bit iffy about this bishop positioning, because when I do move my knight here, he's undefended, so...
Right.
I'm glad you did this, because I actually would not know what to do in a regular
Let's
game.
see.
So what options would you consider here?
I could move my knight so that my queen can take back. I can also move my bishop elsewhere, which is decent because your bishop can't really capture anything else, but it also feels very... like a beta bitch move, you know?
Did you consider trading at all?
Trading? Okay, that would be decent, but
So what do you think
I
is
also
better, to
feel like
defend or
it's
to
almost
trade?
like playing on your terms, if that makes sense.
I actually really like the way you're thinking about this. What you did really well, and that you can apply to every game you play, is when you're considering moves, do breadth first, then depth. So be like, I have option 1, 2, and 3. It usually helps you in case you would have completely overlooked a move and get tunnel vision on one. So now that you have those 3 options, which one do you think would be the best?
I could also push this pawn, I think, because I have 2 things defending.
Good. Okay, we'll let you make your move, and then we'll give you feedback after you decide.
Yeah, because all of your options are viable here.
I kind of like this.
Nice.
I think recently I've been doing a lot of things with the London system that I haven't done before, just to explore
No, this
it.
is great. Actually, e4 is like one of the main ideas for the London, because that's the whole point of the c pawn holding down the d4. So this is a great strategy that you know. So the only piece of advice, which honestly your move is probably gonna be better in most games while trading won't. But so if you traded bishops, do you see what you would do to black's pawn structure?
Yeah, it would be doubled up.
How do you know that in a week of chess poking?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, someone mentions it like once and you go, ah, yes, the pawn is one on top of the other instead of side by side.
There you go. But it sounds very advanced. It does.
Yeah. Well, actually, the
Thank
double
you very
pawns.
much. I'm a prodigy.
You really are. And then, okay, in addition to doubling the pawns, where's the potential weakness it's starting to create? Or
Chat,
a
I will be
file?
back
When I say
soon.
file,
Sorry, one second.
We're talking about a
Vertical line.
on the board. Is it? So what file is it opening up?
The G file?
Good. And so that's actually
Which
really
is good because it
important.
attacks the king.
Exactly. So,
So
only
actually,
in this
you're right. That
position,
isn't a bad trade.
yeah, which sometimes, many times when they're going to attack your bishop, it'll be defended and your move is probably the best. But in this case, since our only defender was the pawn, you want to take any opportunity to start opening the king.
That being said, this
Okay.
move is still good, and
It
you
was
still
still
have
a
a
great
good
move, though.
position.
Yeah, both were good.
Okay. No, I'm really glad you guys explained that because then I'll know. Like, I remember just situations where, like, I'd bring my bishop out here and then he would push this pawn. I'd be like, you know, like, that's like
Should pull up the
fucking
stream
ruining
so
my
you-
life.
Wait,
And
which
then-
pawn?
and
The
then
C-
one
Which
oh,
pawn?
sorry.
Oh,
In
you
like
gotta
a
pull up
whole
your
different
stream.
setup, if I bring. Wait, do you see my arrow?
Alright,
While we were
can't
chat,
see
I
your
am
arrows
back,
on your
but
phone, but we're
a
not
little
super
problem,
We
I
can
do
see
not
it
have a
now.
camera.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, yeah. I just
Give me a little
bring
second, I
bishop
fix
to
situation.
B5,
Opa.
yeah, to like create a pin or something, and then they would push this, and I would like freak out, and then someone was like, "No, it's actually pretty decent if you just like trade."
Okay. Actually, give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, shoot. Hello. I'm back. Oh, wrong one. Okay, here we go. This one's the one that the color is not super nasty like the camera always is. All right. Okay. Hi, chat. We're back. Can you guys hear me okay? Sorry. I know it's kind of chaotic, but it's always chaotic, so I guess I'm not sorry. It's just what it's supposed to be. What, Andrea? What? Who are you talking to? Never mind. I'm just making my water. There is smoke. Wait. It's from my tea though. It's from my tea. Relax. Chat feels Donowald. What were you guys saying? So we have 15 minutes before the next lesson. Thanks, Herm. No, I was just cold. The thing is, I sometimes lose circulation in my limbs. Not my limbs, sorry. My fingers and my toes. I lose circulation. I get really cold. So I had to go warm it up. No, it's actually very unfortunate. My hands are still very cold. They're almost turning white, so I needed to get something to warm up. But I've had this for a while. Who was Donowald? Okay, I'm looking at Stream Elements. Let's see what happened. We got Herm. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Days, Luxotic, Jarkalist. I think we could just chat, until till the
You already play with Hikaru?
yeah. What? Where's chat? Here they are. Okay, here we go. We're just gonna chill with you guys and talk until we start the lesson. Oh, I'm so cold. So cold. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's just a little cold. It's fine. It's fine. I did turn off the AC. And I put a sweater on and socks. It's just my lack of circulation. All right, let me change to just chatting. Okay, so we're gonna hang out we have exactly 15 minutes. And then we're gonna do more lessons and more chess. Woo!
You know what's exciting?
What, Andrea?
You know who Justin Kahn's last podcast guest was?
Yeah, Bology.
Bology, and now he asked us. We're going on the same podcast as Bology.
That's cool, Andrea.
That is very cool.
It is,
You don't
yeah.
seem impressed.
No, I'm very excited, but just because we're on the same stream as him doesn't mean anything, really.
Yes, it does. It's very cool to be invited.
Guys, Andrea looks so cute. She looks like a little Princess Leia. So, chat, what do you want to talk about? Inverted cam? Yeah, that's because I'm using Zoom because we're going to have to edit it. You don't see smoke. It's my tea, and I'm cold. All right, so what I was thinking, chat, we should do... I want to go paddleboarding, and Andrea and I were thinking of live streaming it, but there is a chance it falls into the water. So, yeah. Show us. No, because Andrea doesn't like to be on screen without, like, you know, being ready because she's in her makeup off stage.
Your lesson with later?
Um,
Because I was so excited to play chess, but
do you want to do one of the lessons?
I was excited to play by myself, but I'll help you out if you need.
No, that's fine.
Who is it with?
Well, so next we're teaching the stock guy. He's a Twitch streamer. He talks about stocks all the time.
Imagine after he thought that you dissed him forever, he ends up not even getting a lesson, and he's stuck with me.
Well, I thought I messaged Amaranth, but I think she's busy because I thought it would be funny if when the lesson happens, she calls me and I'm like, oh sorry, I have a call with Amaranth, and like I pretend to ditch him again. But yeah, that's probably not what we're gonna do. It's maybe not that nice. Did I ditch him? No, we rescheduled because Cash App invited us to the fight. And then everybody was going to be there, so we were going to do IRL instead of do the lesson. So that's basically what happened. But I think the clip channel was pretty funny, so it's okay. You started watching when we were in IRL channel. Glad you're expanding to chess. Well, I mean, on a serious note, the reason why I want to do more IRL is because I do not like sitting behind a computer all day. And I just want to be able to go out and do things, especially after a year of the pandemic. I still really like chess, and okay, I'm doing chess all day today. I'm doing commentary tomorrow and the day after. So yeah, we do. Andrea, your alarm's going on.
No.
Oh, are you making me some too, or no?
Yeah, so I didn't make it, but I can put another 2 in if you want. I'll boil them.
It's okay, Andrea. I'll just order
Do
something.
you want me to put I hate when you're passive aggressive. I'm not gonna do anything for you if you're passive aggressive.
The thing is, you never ask, and I always ask you whenever you're streaming. And I make something, I always ask you.
I never know what you're doing.
It's more like you never ask, and then I always ask you, and you make me feel bad. Well. Andrea, I'm good. I don't need. Andrea, I have to start the lesson, and I'm gonna be. I will be going. So.
That's why, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if it was done now, I could have eaten, but it's okay. I'm good.
I'm not making them. I was about to make them.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just make it for yourself, as usual. Never asks for me. When she streams, I'm like, hey, can I get you food? Can I make you dinner?
That was one time because I was streaming. Clearly, if you were there, Alex, I would have asked, but you weren't even know when I came home.
I was in the bathroom, Andrea. I was in the bathroom.
Yes, I didn't know where you were. You don't need to.
But you do know I'm streaming all day today.
And I don't know if you want to eat bread. You can tell you're hungry, I'll make you food. I'm not just
But I always ask for you, and you never ask me. I do. Whenever I make eggs, I always say, "Hey, Andrea, can I make you some too?" And it's never reciprocated. My care for you is never
You have
reciprocated.
made me food once.
That's not true. I make you eggs every single time.
When we're streaming together, one of us says, let's make breakfast, and the other one cooks. That's how I've made eggs too. Very different when we're streaming together. But I'm making you fucking eggs, so stop.
Well, there's no point to make it because you're not making them with love anymore.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm making them with hate.
Okay, well then I don't want them.
Okay, well then they're just gonna go to the garbage.
Okay, throw them
I
away.
wanted to enjoy it now.
No, I don't even want it anymore.
I'm putting back my podcast.
Put back your podcast. I know you like him more than me. Okay. All right. Anyway, should we order food? Should we order food? Do you guys think we should order food for later, or should I just not eat today? Because sometimes fasting makes me more efficient, you know? Because my body switches to survival mode and it thinks, oh shit. And the blood rushes to my brain instead of my stomach. So maybe we'll fix the problem and just not eat today. Yeah. Here we go again. Intermittent fasting. Cook something you're being lazy. I'm not being lazy. We have a lesson in 7 minutes. So I can't cook because I'm going to be teaching. I'm just going to be streaming all day today. And then after the stream's over, I need to edit the podcast that I've been working on. So I've been working on a podcast. I recorded episode 1 3 times now because I am so awkward when it comes to pre-recording. And I've put in a lot of work and I'm worried it's not going to be good. I'm worried it's going to be boring. My co-host is amazing. I just worry that I'm not bringing enough to it. So I always get really nervous. And I've spent so many hours on this. And I think, why do I do this? Always expanding into something that's going to make me more stressful. But I'm pushing myself, so I'm excited. Can you check Discord? Oh, sure. What happened? Yeah, I'm gonna just do one thing quick, Vila. Oh shit. I hate okay. I have to close chat. Chat, no, not you guys. Chat on Zoom. How do I fix this? Close. Okay, easy. I just wanted to get an invite link. And every time I click invite, it opens chat again. Okay. All right. One second, guys. Just preparing for the lesson. Friends, add friend, Oppa, sent friend request. Okay. All right. You never know when you might get writer's block. Well, I don't think it's about writer's block. I think it's just I'm a perfectionist when I really care about stuff, but maybe not just a perfection. I don't think certain things are worth doing if you can't do them well. So, yeah. Your plants look beautiful. Yeah, they're not real plants. Otherwise, I'm sure I couldn't keep them alive. So, not to brag. Okay, so the stock guy, where are we? Here he is. He's live. Let's lurk on him. Let's lurk on what he's doing. I would love to lurk. Lurk, lurk, lurk. Lurk, lurk, lurk. Oh, wrong one. Okay, here we are. Here we are. We're lurking. Let's see what he's saying.
Potentially even the last place person gets some money in their name in crypto to a charity, and I chose Fisher House for the veterans and families that are visiting them while they're in the hospital. So I think that's really cool. But it is going to be that. But you've been on TV more than most. What? Muted TTS. Oh, well, that's because we're...
$5. Hot tub stream, here we come. Hot tub stream, here we come.
Bro, we're like 2 hours behind. This is the cock guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. The guy donated this 2 hours ago. We're literally 2 hours behind. We're 2 hours behind. What is this? Hey, can we do the lesson a bit later? I forgot about a collab with Amaranth. Okay, listen here, lady, okay? That was, listen, this was Drama Frogs trying to, let me tell you something real quick. Hold on, I don't know if you know this. First of all, that was a bunch of assholes trying to get some drama. But I did not know that chess, you guys in the chess community had rabid fans. I got hate mail. A clip taken out of context. People thought that I was accusing you of ghosting me. Okay? A last minute. All right? You didn't ghost me last minute. It was Friday when you did it. Saturday was when it happened. Okay? It was 24 hours. It's my fault I didn't answer the email. But you guys have chess people who legitimately were like hate mailing me.
No!
The Minecraft and K-pop people.
No! Guys, no we don't.
Congratulations on having extremely dedicated and fan base.
Wait, is this real? Is this real? We're dedicated? Seriously? Rise, chess stands, rise! Didn't know chess stands were a thing. I didn't know they were a thing. That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay. Wow. I mean, once you get a little taste of power, I understand how it can be corrupting. Oh my gosh. No, I actually don't think chess people do that, but no, I'm kidding. Guys, don't do hate mail. Hate mail is bad. Oh, look at chess.com simping. That's so. Oh, I'm not allowed to use that word. I meant simming, which is acting like a sim on Twitch. Ah, fuck. Simming. No. I actually meant simming. I actually meant sympathizing for our cause. I actually did. Sympathizing for our cause of showing abort. Okay. I'm gonna say hello, sir. It is I, the chess lady. Okay, I maybe shouldn't talk so weird. Yeah, expert deflection skills, absolutely.
Trade stocks and like drink champagne and eat caviar and not realize that we're a bunch of degens who, you know, make trades, YOLO our life savings, our college things, and make, you know, dick jokes. So remember, guys, this is chess. These guys, we gotta pretend to be like, you know. Should I put on a jacket? Good idea, guys. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Are we dressing up for this
and then
lesson?
We're gonna get this set up, okay?
Are we dressing up? Is this classy? Shit, now I have to be classy too. Fine, god damn it, I'll be right back.
Xcapped donated $10. Can't wait to see this sort of content again on the hot tub stream. Foggy_C donated $6. When does the stock guy belly dance stream start? Welcome W_AL to the Bear Gang.
All right, here we go. We look professional now.
Donated $6.
All right.
What's your opinion on the crypto dollar cummies?
Guys.
Should I invest in this?
No, do not invest in
I do
cummies.
get sticky often.
Oh, God. Guys, I have to turn off the TTS. You guys are 2 hours backed up on your gifts and your donos. Literally, these are just now playing. These are 2 hours backed up.
The cock guy donated $5. Hot tub stream here we
I told you guys not to embarrass us. All right. Let's. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna call her, and so pretend to be.
Stream here we come. Your arrow. MHM hot.
Okay. Shh. Okay. Here we go. Hi. How would you like to do this? It is no. Okay. They're gonna see us, guys. Pretend to be like upstanding, right? Okay, let me turn on the chess.com thing. Hold on. One sec, hold on. We're not playing marbles. I'm just putting this on so I can do this thing. Hold on. Chess.com. No, not chest.com. Oh my god, my computer. Chess.com. Okay, here we go. Am I logged in? How do I log in? Hold on. Log in. Okay, I'm logged in. No thanks. It's your move or someone wants to play. You get a message. Sure. Okay. What works for you? Should I say milady?
Yes, you should call me milady.
Yay, we're on chess, guys. Are you ready for this? This is how I imagine Stocky flirts, but listen. Where did everybody go? Oh, this isn't stock market. They all went to watch the stock market somewhere else. Do you have a cam you can share?
Okay, for the chat, bro! For the chat! Don't make it weird! Don't make it weird! I meant so...
Am I getting solicited right now?
No! For Zoom!
I have a cam I could share, but I don't think it works. Oh, for Zoom! Yeah. I thought they found out about my adult video when I was younger. Okay, let me find Zoom here. All right, guys, please, we've got to act professional when they come meet us. I really don't want us to get a bad name.
All right, chat. Everybody, we're gonna act professional and guilt them when they make dick jokes.
And then I'm gonna bring her up on screen, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Incoming call from Ad? No, that's Alex Davis. Never mind. This is your personal space. Oh shit.
All right. I think we're off to a good start. I think this is going really well so far.
Bad at this. Okay, we're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna do this. I promise. All right.
He just needs to join. Participants. Okay, he hasn't joined yet.
I feel really uncomfortable in a jacket, guys.
God damn it. Zoom is so annoying. All right, here we go. All right. My camera's... where was the scene I was gonna use? Oh, he's taking the jacket off. We're gonna guilt him for that. We're gonna guilt him.
No, guys, there is a betting pool on tomorrow, apparently, in the Discord about how many moves until I get checkmated. Right now, all the money is on 4. I realize I'm probably not good at chess, but I don't think I'm that bad.
Fair. All right, participants. Okay.
Originally it was 5, but it got moved to 4.
Hello?
Oh God, she's all dressed up. Shit.
What do you mean? What do you mean dressed up? I wear this every day. Are you not? Are you not wearing? This is chess. What are you wearing?
Did you just ask me what I'm wearing?
Like, are you wearing a suit? Stop taking everything out of context.
What are you wearing?
Yes.
You don't say that
because it's a chess lesson. I expected you to look classy. I'm worried I'm gonna teach you chess and you're gonna start making dick jokes or something. That's your reputation. I'm just trying to protect my brand name.
I have a reputation?
Yes. You lose money and make dick jokes. Is that not accurate? Sir? Is that not?
I mean,
no.
It's I make money and it's mom jokes, but I like that reputation because that's actually, it lowers the bar for expectations so that when they come here, they're expecting the bottom of the barrel. So it's only up from there.
I mean, I was just reading the notes chess.com sent me, and that's what they did. Honestly, the reason that they couldn't get you a better coach was because I was the only one willing to put up with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool because somebody had originally told me that to get lessons from your sister. Never mind. I'm not going to make that joke. Okay. All right. I actually, but nice to meet you. My name is TSG. I wasn't aware of the chess community as much until I made a joke about you ghosting me and found out that you have a very rabid fan base. So I would like to personally apologize to all of the chess people for making a joke about you ghosting me to go hang out in Miami with Amaranth.
Honestly, I'm really excited when you compared them to the Minecraft stands. It's always been a dream of mine to have a cult one day. And I honestly didn't think the chess community was capable of it. So that's probably the kindest thing anybody has said to me in a really long time. So thank you.
You really don't want a cult, trust me.
I say
that from experience.
Do you have a cult? Well, so you have a cult. Why can you have a cult, but I can't? That seems unfair.
Well, have you ever? I mean, it's the term cult is very, very loosely. Many things could be considered a cult based on what the definition of a cult is.
Right. So, what is the most culty thing you guys do?
Have you ever heard of the blood map?
I have actually not.
Okay, cool. All right, so what are we doing first here?
All right, so are you gonna put your camera on, or should I just?
My camera is on.
No.
Oh, you
can't
on
see Zoom? It, no, so that I can put it on our chat.
I don't know if it'll work while I'm streaming. Let me see.
If not, we could just do voice call, and I can call you back on Discord.
Oh, because it's not letting me. Shit, hold on. Let me see if I can. If I turn this off, will it allow me to?
Why is your chat spamming sacrifice her?
I told you this, it's better sometimes if you don't ask questions.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see.
This is honestly settings, off to a really good start, I think.
Honestly, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, for the expectations I had, like I said, the bar was set so low that this feels like we're exceeding them.
Exactly. I feel like that's the reason that I do what I do, because you can't, it's kind of like in IRL dating. Okay. I don't think I can do Zoom on with mine while I'm using my camera for.
Okay, no worries. We'll just keep your voice then. Do you still want camera, or do you want to just do Discord voice call?
I mean, Discord's voice. I mean, you know, the problem is that you have a better hairline than me. So if I keep you up on stream, I'm literally only going to hear about hairlines all day.
Yeah, actually, my chat always says I'm malding too, and it tells me. So I'm using Zoom because my computer's not working. So just leave the Zoom call, and I'll call you on Discord.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
Actually, it'd feel more natural for me if you hung up on me.
That's true, but then I'd have to create a new Zoom call. So I will give you the honors. What I'll do is
I'll just make my mod, one of my mods feel comfortable and just hang up on you. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, bye.
All right, we got rid of him. Now I say we just bail and don't do the lesson. That'll teach him to make jokes about us, chat. I'm just kidding. I'm not an asshole. Okay. All right. Guys, I'm not an asshole. I'm like the sweetest streamer on Twitch, honestly. Just not tooting my own horn and stuff, but you know. It's true. We're just very nice. Look at that little. Okay, the red scrunchie makes this a lot less serious. So we're just gonna take. Ow. We're just gonna take it down. All right. Okay. Hello.
Go ahead, caller. You're on the air. Oh shit, it's you. Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Well, it's me again. Surprise.
All right. So what do I do? How do I get into new game?
Okay. So first, I need to know your chess.com username.
The stock guy.
The stock guy. Okay. Cool. So what's your rating around? You don't have to be embarrassed. It's okay.
I've never played a game.
I don't believe you.
What do I do? My profile?
You've never played a game of chess or on chess.com?
No, on chess.com. I've played 3 games of chess in my life.
Interesting. So you are going to be the token guy they invited because you have good viewership and you're going to make all the crypto people feel good about themselves.
Well, I don't have good viewership today.
Well, anyway, don't worry. I'm just teasing you. Okay, so you're the stock guy. Do you have an estimation of what your rating is?
0?
Do you feel like you're over 500?
I don't. What is a rating? What is a chess rating? I don't understand how that works.
Okay, you know what? I need to get a feel for your game. So yeah, you know what? Why don't you start with a 5-minute game and I'm gonna observe.
Oh, I'm just gonna play a game?
Yeah, because if you have no games and no rating, I don't really know where to start. So just play a 5-minute game, and I'm gonna mute myself, and then we can look at it after.
Are you gonna roast me behind the scenes?
Absolutely not. I am a professional.
Wait, is that somebody in my chat right there? That's weird. Okay, what do I? Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay, you just watch.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch. So just hit play. Just hit play, and then I'm gonna mute myself so that you can think and not be nervous.
I'm not. Trust me, I'm not nervous. All right, play.
All right.
Play fair. Okay, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, you're okay. Good.
All
good.
right. All right.
I don't. So your game is still loading, right?
Oh, play. Okay.
Okay. It's pairing you.
Okay.
All right. Good luck. Oh.
Thank you.
Interesting start. Okay, guys, we're gonna enjoy our eggs. Honestly, I just want an excuse to eat my food.
Shit.
I need salt. I'll be right back.
Fuck. Okay. All right. Hold on. I got this. Ooh.
Where did his queen go? Wait, what happened to his queen? The sodium attack? I've never heard of this.
Okay, and then this one can move.
Oh, his queen is there. Okay. Oh, there goes the knight. All right.
Oh, fuck! I forgot about the queen. Okay, my bad. All right, hold on. I got this. Hold on. It ain't over. Okay, it's over, but it ain't over. All right, we got this. All right. Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Don't get mated. Can we see Rook F1? Oh God, he found the. Wow.
Oh, she can take that. Fuck.
Wow, I didn't even have time to eat my eggs.
I could have slid my king over, right?
He lost so quickly. I didn't have
God
time to
damn
eat
it.
my eggs.
Hey, at least I made it more than 4 moves, right?
Yeah, you made it 9 moves. And you found I guess the one move that would checkmate you in that position, but that also is a skill in and of itself.
I don't feel like that was a compliment.
I mean, it wasn't a diss either. It was kind of in the middle because you're warming up. Okay, so now I think I lost your game. So Yeah, I guess what we could start by doing then is.
Can I ask why it immediately asked me to start a course?
Did it really do that?
Yeah. That's actually more of a blow than anyone could have done. Like, it legitimately one game and it goes, please start the course.
Well, look, I think what happened here, you could be looked at section D of your trading rules, which says you will make bad plays. But that's okay, because we're gonna look at it and we're gonna recover. So
I'm gonna say no thanks. Would you like to keep recommending you lessons? What?
So
Oh, this thing is roasting me.
no, they're just being a little bit friendly. So
Okay.
let's talk a little bit about openings. I'm gonna invite you to a game. I'm gonna do an analysis board, and then we're gonna let you have another game. So I'm gonna invite you, the stock guy. All right, invite selected. Did you see the invitation?
I do. It's the girl that says banned.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's accurate.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna reset it. So what I noticed is that you are putting your ponies sideways on the board. And
Yes.
a lot of creativity in the opening, which is great. Creativity is a good thing, but maybe we could start with a little bit more of the fundamentals here. So in the opening, what you want to try to do is start by putting your pawns in the center. So I'm going to let you play this with the white side of the pieces. Just try to make a move, and I'll see if I can, if it shows up on my board. Okay, no, it's glitching again. Give me 1 second. I'm going to start a new analysis board. For some reason, it doesn't show it sometimes. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I invited you. It should be fixed now. All right, so I think the move you made was this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so try pushing it 2 squares forward when you're opening, because you want to try to get as much space as possible in the center of the board.
So you want to try to take up as much of this as possible?
Yes, exactly. So you want to put your pawns either on d4 or on c4, and that's a good way to start. If you do want to start with your knights, then you can do that as well, but this is going to teach you the fundamentals a little bit better.
Okay, so I'll just start with the one in front of the king. Okay, so 2. All right.
Okay, great. So I'm going to do that as well. And this is this is the most common opening for white. So e4 and e5, although actually maybe Sicilian is more, but anyway, that's too technical. So what you want to do after you take your knights out, your pawn out, is take your knights, and the knights usually want to go towards the center, because if you put them on the side of the board, they're going to have less space that they're controlling. For example, a knight that's on a3 is only going to control b5, c4, b1, whereas a knight that is on c3, it's controlling way more squares than that. So knights towards the center, and then after you want to develop your bishops, and then you want a castle. So let's try getting into a better opening.
You prefer more controlling?
Yeah. I think it's important to have control at times.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make a lot right here. All right.
Okay, cool. So you're attacking my pawn on e5. I'm going to play knight c6 here.
So we're basically just shadowing each other at this point.
At the start, you can see a lot of similar ideas from both sides.
Okay, so now, obviously, this guy can't move anywhere. I can't take your pawn because he's going to take my pawn. So now I need to open up the board.
I feel like you forgot what we just covered 20 seconds ago. What?
That you like to control.
I'm glad that you remember that.
Not you. Like your style is to control the board.
Are you calling me controlling?
For me, is I'm trying to think like, okay, I'm really a basic person here, right? So I want to try and control the board. So then maybe I should move the pawns again?
Oh my god. I think some of your chatters are coming and donating. Very funny.
Free money.
Yeah, okay. So to start off, I look, I know you want to push your pawns, and I mean, if you're really eager, I guess you could push d4, but it's going to teach you wrong fundamentals. So take out your knights first, and then take out your bishops, and then you could push your pawn later.
Okay, no, that the reason I was asking is I don't want to do anything. I was just trying to keep up with what you were saying earlier. It's about taking as much space in the middle as possible. So I was thinking to myself, do I pull out the knight now, or do I continue with my pawns since they're like?
Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. The only thing is, if you do put your pawn towards the center, let's say a move like d4, then you are offering a lot of trades, so you have to calculate them first. If it's something you want to try, you can play d4 here.
Like normally for me, if I was playing, like, I guess I would just, this automatically feels right to me, but
yeah, that's
like
good. That's a good move. It doesn't matter too much if you take the knights or the bishops out first. Honestly, as long as you develop them, that's fine. So I'm going to copy you, and I'm going to play bishop c5.
Okay, so now if I move this guy here, I've now protected my. Well, he wasn't in danger anyways.
Right. He wasn't in danger, and you're also taking away a square from him.
So what if I brought this guy here? Oh wait, no, he's got to go back.
If you do what? Yeah,
if I bring the knight out?
Great. I'm going to do the same thing. This is a very symmetrical position, but it'll get more interesting.
For you. I'm going to get slaughtered. All right, so now somebody had told me a long time ago, if you ever have a chance to do this thing with the knight or the king and the rook, always do it. Is that wrong?
That's a good tip. You want a castle early on in the opening. It's the only time the king can move 2 squares, and basically you just want to bring safety.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Oh my God! Thank you, CPT. That is a huge cheer. Thank you.
Since nobody else is in danger
Thank you,
right now,
Mudkip.
it's a good time to do that, right?
Yeah, is Mudkip one of your viewers, by the way?
He is one of my viewers who has way too much money. Why?
Okay, yeah. I appreciate some of your viewers coming over here, you know.
Just ban them.
Just oil princing it up. I appreciate it. He said you're playing chess very well, and that he's proud of you. Okay, I'm in a castle here too.
Wow, I feel like I'm being shadow traded. Okay, all right. So now that we're here, because I feel bad that you're doing all of this work to train me, and I'm gonna get knocked out in like 4 moves tomorrow. But regardless, okay.
But you know, at least you're right. I should make sure you don't lose in 4 moves tomorrow.
Oh, I won't. I'm just gonna go I'm just gonna just start throwing everything at them and confuse them, so it causes me to go 5 moves, so everybody loses their money. Okay. All right. So 2 things we want to do. We want to control the middle of the board.
Thank you.
This area of the board, and we want to castle our king. I've got that so far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we're move for move. There's nothing to be taken without sacrificing something. So I don't need to sacrifice anything.
Right.
So what I can do is throw you off by pushing this bad boy over here.
Okay. Honestly, there were a lot of pawn moves. You didn't find the best one, but it's, I guess, not necessarily the worst one.
Move this guy here instead?
Well, the thing is, you want to keep your king safe, so you don't want to move too many of the pawns by the king, because that's actually going to create a weakness. So usually the kingside pawns are the last ones you want to push. And also, you didn't finish development, you know? You want to...
You sound like my 9th grade teacher.
No.
I'm just gonna...
You're a late starter. I promise you're going to blossom. But you need to take this guy out at some point. So either by moving one of these 2 pawns next to him, don't push your kingside pawns.
Okay, so don't push the kingside pawns. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna push the we want to get this bad boy out, so we're gonna move him here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good move. You're developing.
Okay.
Pawn structure is good.
Okay, I can't move the bishop out because he'll get taken out by this bishop. I have nobody to protect him. So what I'm gonna do now is is I'm gonna confuse the shit out of you. I'm gonna throw this bad boy right here.
Ooh. That is confusing me. It's almost as confusing as selling Invesco Solar at $55, but not quite as confusing.
I'm gonna go through the VOD and see who the hell told her I sold tan at 55. I'm gonna ban your ass, and you were gonna. Oh my god.
Do you think it's priced well right now at $79? No, I'm kidding. Okay, so yeah, knight d5, you're putting your knight towards the center. This looks good. However, when
you know what, real quick, you know what I'm gonna do is I want to bring you over sometime and let's dissect the stock market and see what happens. Okay, we all got our strengths here. Okay.
I would love that. That would be a really fun stream.
Sure. Let me just double check and make sure nobody needs me last minute. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we can. I'll
have my assistant get out to you.
Yeah.
I don't have an assistant.
Yeah, no, I know. I saw the emails. No, it's good. No, you're actually doing great. But you know what's interesting? I think you and Amaranth are the same chess level. I think she has a little bit more experience, but it honestly would have been good if I maybe
chess level.
Yeah, no, chess, not chess.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Not chess.
I thought you saw the hot tub stream goal.
Oh no, I did. That's actually. I hope it happens. You can pick up some of the skills. So when your knight was on c3, what piece is this defending? Or if it's your turn to move here as black, find the best move for black. That's a better way to phrase it.
The best move for black?
Mm-hmm. Try again. Okay, I'll give you a hint. There's a free piece you can take.
Free piece you can take.
Mm-hmm. Yes, beautiful. So you have to be careful when moving your knight. You want to make sure not to drop that pawn. So now that you know that, I'll let you think of another move. You're very focused.
No, I have $18,000 in a weekly option trade that I'm also watching. Okay, open that bad boy up a little bit.
Okay, a4. So do you remember what we were trying to accomplish with some of the development?
Yeah, we wanted to develop a base in the middle of the board.
What other pieces did we want to develop? You know, for somebody who's a trader, I would think you have more principles.
You think money and principles go in hand?
I mean, that's what Ray Dalio says. Did you not read? I'm kidding.
No. I how dare you?
Okay, I'm kidding. So what we want to do at some point is develop the bishop from c1 here.
You guys said the younger sister was the annoying one.
Well, we both got the annoying gene. We're just annoying in different ways.
Keep going. Actually, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing. Go ahead.
You're just afraid of my stands. They already heard you. They're already coming for you.
Stop
backpedaling. Just own it.
We had a big chess scene in Twitch, and I've been learning so much about it the last 2 days. Unfortunately, due to what happened with the live stream fail bullshit, and I just found out there's this huge part of Twitch that's like chess, and I just found out today that you guys have your own drama, and apparently there's somebody named Chestan or something and there's I just found out about this, and I'm really interested in that aspect, and I'm going to do my research afterwards until tomorrow. But okay, so we want to develop other pieces, so let's put the pawn back.
Yep.
Okay, so we want to develop. In other words, we want to give them a better opportunity. All right, what does that mean? All right, so I would say the only other position I could see where I wouldn't lose something and still be able to put myself in a position would be putting this knight here.
Okay, so oh, sorry.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, I had something in my throat. Oh gosh, it's cleared up now. Sorry about that. I thought I was getting sick or something.
You're lucky you're a lady because I have. Oh, that's just too easy. Okay, keep going.
All right, so I'm gonna highlight the piece that we want to move because this one hasn't moved yet, whereas the knight, you've already moved it twice. So usually you want to first develop pieces that are still in their starting position, and then you can try to develop the others. So let's try something else from this initial position.
If I put him here, he doesn't do anything. If I put him here, this dude can take him.
Which dude? I like the.
I'm sorry,
the
let me
beautiful...
gender neutral. Listen, it's 2021. We have female bishops now. This individual right here could take this individual if I put him
No,
there.
no. It's not. I have no issue with you calling the bishop dude. I just don't know what piece you're talking about. Maybe we can refer to the pieces like bishop or horse instead of dude. It could make the lesson smoother, but you know, it's just a suggestion.
Are you always this condescending towards stock people?
No, I have nothing against the stock. I'm just.
Would it be better if I was in a hot tub?
Yeah, I think if you were in a hot tub, I could take you more seriously.
That's actually fair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But honestly, let me getting back. Okay. So if I am moving I'm trying to be serious at the same time. So I'm trying to really learn here.
Okay.
So if I take the bishop and I move him to this space, he actually doesn't develop anything because he's blocked here. But if I put him here,
do you mind
then
right-clicking where you're referring to?
Right
yeah,
click.
so that
Okay.
I can see what you're referring to.
Oh, okay. So if I put him here, then he doesn't actually do anything because he's blocked behind this guy. If I put him here, he can be taken by here. So why would I take him out right now?
Got it. So you're basically saying that you don't think that there's necessarily good places for him.
I don't know. I mean, just as a novice to this, I would say to myself, I feel like I could do more with pieces that are in a better position to actually either attack or protect.
Yeah, okay. So I see why that's confusing. So sometimes you don't want to go for just some kind of immediate threat. So right now the bishop on b2, he is blocked by his own knight, but at some point the position is going to open up. So let's say, you know, once these pawns start moving and being traded, if you imagine this position without these pawns, then all of a sudden this bishop looks a lot stronger because it's a long diagonal. So a lot of what you want to do in these kinds of positions is try to prepare for the future position. Also, if you don't like this square for your bishop, then maybe instead of pushing your pawn to b3, you could have pushed it to d3 and opened up this way. But even if it's not a perfect move, leaving your bishop on c1 also blocks your rooks from getting out, and you're just trying to get your pieces out as early as possible so that you can use them later on.
It's better to always be on the offensive rather than defensive.
Not necessarily, but I mean, there is some validity to your statement that it's easier to play when you're on the attacking side if, you know, your opponent is really new, maybe, but technically it shouldn't be much of a difference.
Okay.
All right, well, bishop b7. So I'm going to, oops, sorry. That's not what's supposed to happen. It's because I tried to give the example. Now the pieces are disappearing. Magical chess. Okay. All right. So I'm going to play bishop e6. I'm developing my pieces as well. And again, this is kind of dry, but this is just so that your openings are, you know, somewhat there tomorrow. And you are going to prove everybody wrong in your Discord and win a lot of money.
Oh, I'm not betting in it. I'm not betting in it.
Oh, you're not betting? Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can't bet
no.
and play. That would be rigged.
Yeah, but I try to always make sure my openings are available, though. All right, so you've moved your bishop here, okay? But you're just in development stage. You're not actually attacking, right? So then it leaves me in a position where we're both of our bishops are protected. So I don't have to worry about my bishop because you can't get anywhere but there. So now I need to develop something else. This guy...
Right click so I know who you're talking about.
Oh, this guy here is just being not used today. He's just useless at this point. Because he's not protecting anything because there's nobody here. There's nobody here. and there's nobody here. And he can't take him because he can take him.
So I'm going to pause for a second because this is a theme. So you often talk about pieces being useless. For example, the bishop on b2, the knight on f3, the streamer on the stock guy. But the thing is, even if there's not something right away, yeah,
okay.
Even if there's not something necessarily going on in the position, that doesn't mean it's a weak piece. Because, for example, the knight on f3 has a lot of defensive mechanisms as well. So it's defending all of these squares, and it is an active piece, so it can hop there in the future. If you are thinking about pieces that aren't doing anything, then maybe you should look instead, let's say, at the rooks and the queen on the back rank, because those are still in their original square. Or if you do want to move one of your pieces, then something like knight a4, which is actually creating a threat, might be better than just moving a piece twice.
Yeah. But what happens if I move him here and then I want to move my guy and be ready to meet him here, but all of a sudden he's not there, last second he ditches to go get, something over here. Okay. Not over here. I'm trying to think. Here's my problem with knights, and this is the reason I put knights on the outside, okay? And this is wrong because I don't really play chess that often, but the reason that I like to have knights on the outside is because I always feel like if I get taken out in the middle, they kind of like swoop in, right? And the L shape is always what messes me with knights, because I'm always like focusing on where they can go and not paying attention on who they're protecting.
That's weird. I thought you'd have a lot of familiarity with L's. Sorry, I'm done.
You know what's funny is I stopped my joke here. Okay, I'm not stopping any more of them. That's it. You just, it's war now.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get some of the war on.
Yeah, let's keep going. It's just got different. Oh, I've been holding back. Okay. All right.
Oh no, CPD Mudkip, thank you so much. He keeps saying chest instead of chess. Well, he's been watching too many Amaranth streams. That's actually how he knew why I didn't show up. So.
Yeah, I can tell he's definitely not donating the chest for yours. Okay, where are we here now? We've got let's see, knight. No, here.
Okay, so we need to fix this habit. You cannot put your knight on the rim.
Okay.
It's just, unless you're attacking, which is okay. In this position, it's actually okay, and I gave you that example. But from what you were saying earlier with liking your knights...
Hold on a second. No. I think they misunderstood what we were talking. Okay, go ahead. So if I leave the knight here again, okay, like you said, my problem is that I keep thinking pieces are being wasted or not being used.
Pieces are wasted or not being used. Okay, so let's just try to make a couple more moves and open up the position a little bit. Honestly, I think something that happens really common with beginners in the opening is that they overthink things, when really, if you just take out your pieces and wait for the position to open, it'll make a lot more sense. So let's say that you only move each piece once in the opening, and let's try focusing on bringing the pieces that haven't moved at all out. So actually try making a queen or a rook move just so I can prove a point.
Okay. The games I've ever played, every time I pull the queen out, I get her taken. So I'm not good with developing the queen. I think that's probably a big weak thing for me, is what to do with the queen. Like I don't know. I'm not really good with developing the queen. So I'm gonna try. The problem is I want to move the rook, but I don't want to leave my king off, right? Like I don't want to unprotect my king. So in this case, would it be better to open the queen so I can keep the king protected?
Better to open the queen. So you're afraid you're afraid of taking the queen out?
No. So what I was saying is that one reason I always lose chess games very quickly is because I always lose my queen right away. Like I'm
honestly not surprised. I feel like there's a lot of similarities there with probably what goes on in your real life. But you don't have to let the trauma
from what happens in your day-to-day affect the chessboard. This is a totally different game. And, you know, just if queens don't work out in the day-to-day, they might still work out here. So let's try taking the queen out with baby steps, baby steps. You can do it. I believe in you.
Okay, I'm going to take the queen out.
Yeah, there you go. Big moves. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Great. So, what do you hate? Sorry.
No, I just hate that I can't make jokes because I don't want to get canceled. All right, keep going. All right.
No, I mean, please make jokes.
Oh no,
otherwise,
I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna think you're unfunny.
That's probably a better way to go than to you know. Yeah.
Is that how you execute your jokes as well?
Yeah. My jokes hit about as well as your Tinder profile. So let's keep going.
Well, if only you had even 1/10 of that
Bumble
success.
is it now?
Look.
By the way, one of my guys actually said that that he matched with you or swiped on you on Bumble, and for me to give you put a word in, but I forgot who he was.
You forgot who he was? You're not even helping him out?
No. I was trying to do him a favor. Okay, what's the next? Okay, so we've got the queen out.
Okay, we got the queen out. So now let's say that I trade off your bishop.
Okay. But if I put my queen there, am I not opening myself up for her to get taken out really quickly?
You usually don't want to take your queen out too early. Sometimes if you have to, it's okay. You could also recapture with the pawn. Mm-hmm. So you have options here. Either is fine. So usually you don't want to double pawns if you...
You just told me to do that with the pawn!
That's the weird thing about chess. There's a ton of rules, but then it really depends on the situation. So in this position, it is fine. I just want you to note generally that if you have a choice to not get doubled pawns and not say take out your queen, then maybe go for that. But here it's fine, just as a general rule. Okay, cool. So b takes c4. Now I'm going to take my queen out and see if you remembered what we discussed.
We've discussed a lot.
Yeah. And you've remembered not as much. Yeah. It's okay.
All right. So now you took your queen out, and we talked about having the queen out, and how apparently my love life is horrible.
Well, my chat said you're married, so
I am. That's the whole point.
That's actually really incredible. How'd you trick her?
You want to know that true story? I actually was just trying to get whatever, and put that I ran a charity. So when she went on the first I thought was a date, she came out to join my charity, and turned out that I was catfishing her, but she thought I was funny, and I guess she just realized she was in her 30s and was out of options, and we went on a second date.
I mean, that's not so bad. I mean, probably the date with you was the charity. You know, it's like one of those Make-A-Wish.
It was more like a Make-A-Wish, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really nice of her. Seems like a very giving person.
It was very giving, and you know, to this day, the fact that you know, I can actually, you know, whether we sleep in different rooms or not is you know, not important, but the fact that it allows me to roast my my chat is the most important thing for me. So
right, because they
so
come
queen
in.
Is out.
Yeah. Okay. So my queen is out. Oh God. You made it. Okay. I will say that at least you're honest. You said you're not good with the queens, and I can see now that that is a true statement.
Oh no, I actually didn't mean to move it. I was trying to press it with the right click, but now it doesn't allow me to go back here.
All right, yeah. So lacking dexterity there too. I see why you stick to the stock.
No, it's just like every woman in my life. They get access and I don't. So, go ahead.
Okay, well, let's try again. So what was wrong with the queen on e3?
Well, I don't want to use my queen yet. I want to keep her back here as like my safety. You know what I mean? Like my strong safety, keeping her back here in case somebody gets through the line.
There's a better reason. Why is this a bad move?
Well, because the bishop's right here. He's just gonna take her out right away.
Exactly. So the reason is not because you're keeping her behind. The reason is you don't want to give her away.
I was trying to click and I just clicked the wrong button.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna go back to it then. What would
Okay.
you play in this situation?
Okay, in this situation, oh god, I feel like for me the best, and I'm probably completely wrong, but I feel like the best thing for me to do is to kind of break up this little like group gathering we've got here, and by doing that, I would do this right here. So now I have to force somebody to move off their position.
Okay, and how many times is this pawn attacked?
1, 2, and 3.
Yes. And how many times is it defended?
Oh, I'm sacrificing his ass.
Yes. Why are you sacrificing him? What did he do to you?
Because he's a little bitch. I mean, he's a pawn. What am I supposed to do with him? He's just in the way at this point. I mean, at least I like drawing them out, you know?
You can't just give him away like that. You gotta take your pieces more seriously. And also, you really like pushing pawns. I see it. You like pushing them. And that's fine. But before you do, try to calculate and make sure you're not giving it up. And then if you're not sure if you can do it, then maybe bring another piece to like emotional support for the pawn. So let's try another move. Thank you so much for the donation.
So then this guy's protecting the king, so
and
we're
the
gonna
Scott
bust this
dude
guy over here.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, rook AD1, cool. So let's say I'm just gonna make a simple move here. Because we've almost made it out of the opening, which is very impressive so far.
An hour in. Okay. All jokes aside, like I just am literally just winging it. Obviously, you know that, but like, you know, I know they say like think 17 moves ahead or whatever, but like for me, I'm just all right. Let's see.
So pause for a second. What are your goals in the tournament? And even if it's you don't want to get mated in 4, that is totally acceptable.
My only goal in the tournament is that they said every place gets something donated to charity in their honor, and the fact that I can go get embarrassed, but that whatever the last place donation goes to the Fisher House to help out families of veterans that are in the hospital recovering, then it's worth it to me.
Oh, that's actually very wholesome.
Yeah, so that's why.
Okay, and the tournament, I guess it's gonna have brackets, so you're just gonna be doing your best. Are you gonna keep playing chess after, or is this just a one-off?
It's a one-off.
It's a one-off, because then
you're wasting your time. I get it, but I'm saying
that's not what I was saying. I was just gonna
yes, you were. You were literally gonna say, you know what? You're never gonna do this again. So why am I taking 2 hours out of my life to teach some asshole who's never gonna play again?
For charity.
It is for charity, but it doesn't matter where I place. Chess.com wants me because they're hoping that a couple DGens will come watch it, and they probably ran out of other people because it was a weekend. And for me, I get to help out the families of veterans because I'm a veteran myself. And so, you know, I get to help out the families, and it goes to the Fisher House. Bada bing, bada boom.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Do you do anything with crypto? Do you do any crypto trading, or they just invited you kind of?
Well, I think that
for your sparkling personality.
No, it was legitimately a business move on their side. Like, hey, listen, we want to go after the #1 audience on Twitch that would be interested in crypto. Who's the best? The stock guys. Well, let's invite him on our thing, dangle a carrot, and they'll come over, and maybe our sponsor will get new signups, and we'll get future. It's a business thing. I understand it, and I respect it. I'm not pretending that it's not.
Okay. No, the actual reason I was asking is because I could, give you some moves to memorize, but it's honestly going to be less fun. So I feel like you're doing the fundamentals correctly now, at least. So
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What would you do if somebody just did the just craziest shit coming out? Would that throw you off your game for a minute?
No, I would just beat them.
Well, yeah.
I love that people use that analogy in chess, and like the way I think about it is like imagine like a pro NBAer with like this little toddler running towards him, like spewing shit and like falling all over.
Kick him in the face. I know, but
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
saying like what I'm trying to last longer than 4 minutes. Oh my god, I meant to say 4 moves. Oh my god, here it comes. Holy shit, never mind. Oh my fucking god. Man,
you weren't kidding. Your wife really is with you for the charity.
Oh my god.
Honestly, bless her. bless her soul. Do you have like a wife appreciation?
No, if I need to
fund or
last longer than
something?
4 minutes, I'll just memorize the the video I saw of you. All right, where are we going from here now?
What video did you see, sir?
Oh, when I saw you on Zoom earlier.
Oh, on Zoom. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I mean, honestly, 4 minutes is probably a record for you. So I would actually be happy if you last that long. I think it would be.
It was either that. It was either thinking of grandma or you, and I was like, oh, I know which one works. Okay, if we're gonna do this now for real, I have no idea where to move from here. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's like I have no idea what the next move should be. I would like to think that moving this here would at least mess it up. But
Can you right click? Can you right click?
Okay. Moving him here would be great, but like you said, there's like 4 people who could just gangbang him right now. So that's not worth it. Moving him here. Oh, sorry. Let me move it here. Moving this guy here doesn't work because he gets taken out. Don't move these pawns because it's going to come around the going to take it off the king here. This guy I only put here to protect him. Queen doesn't really have many moves outside of doing this here. But then she's, once again, it feels useless. So I really have no idea where to go here. If I was playing and you weren't here right now, I would legitimately probably
Yeah, what would you do?
I would probably put this guy here.
Okay. I mean, that's actually a pretty decent move because you're opening up the bishop and the knight for d4. And here's kind of another trick that people often forget. You don't always have to be doing something. Sometimes it's okay to just make slow iterations on your position instead of just feel urged to blow it up. And one way that really helps think about that is, so you can think of your pawns. Pawn moves are very committal because pawns can always only go forward. They cannot go backwards. So once you push them somewhere, you can't really take it back. Much like your, gangbang joke. So pieces, on the other hand, are much easier to move around. You can go forward, you can go backwards, and you can try to slowly improve the position of your pieces. So if you're ever really stuck and you don't know what to do, one thing you can think of is like, let's look at all of my pieces. Are any of them inactive? Could they have somewhere where they have more control? So for example, the knights like to be in the center. So one move you could consider is something like knight d5. Did that make sense?
Yeah, the only problem with putting him there is that this dude can get wiped out. Then I put something here. I mean, I guess looking at it that way would work. But then you're just basically doing a trade-off, right?
Yeah, but trade-offs are okay because if I do take back, what would you do after?
I mean, the pawns would be there.
Yes, the pawns would be there. And when one of the pawns is there, what is it doing?
Well, he's protected on the third move. Like you got one, you trade off one, then trade off the other.
Right, but then the pawn would be attacking the knight after all those trades.
Yeah, I guess so.
But on top of that, if you put your piece in the center and you end up with a pawn there, you have more space. And the way you can think about space in chess is like, let's split the board into two. So this is white space, this is black space. If you are to get a pawn into black's territory, you are basically making progress in the amount of space you have, which is something that can usually be very helpful because then your opponent has less moves and less options.
Okay.
Yeah. That was
All right,
a little
so-
complicated, but
No, it makes sense. It's just like you're just flipping the other side of the trade. You just want to be there.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of if I go there and I get my pieces taken out. I mean, next thing you know, I'm going to be losing pieces faster than you're losing viewers on a daily basis. So I'm trying to think, what can I do to avoid losing those pieces? Like, is there an attack I can do without giving up the pieces, or do I All right, well, I guess you're right though. So knight to here would be smart.
Yeah, so knight d5 is a good move here. Mostly because I suggested it.
I gotta stop with the jokes because I'm literally not. I'm spending more time trying to like counter roast and roast than I am paying attention to this, and I gotta stop. So go ahead.
Honestly, it's impressive how you're failing at both roasting and the chess. Like, I would think if you'd focus, you'd at least get one of them. It's okay.
I figure I can get a little bit 50-50 here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So I will say though that, jokes in lectures, they actually help you remember concepts better, right? Because you have some kind of emotional attachment to the lesson. So there is actually an explanation for why people try to do that when learning. Anyway.
Oh, I just use it to project insecurities.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to give you a cover. It's okay. Your hairline is actually not that bad for your age. And
Thank
also, and you're already married, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, maybe if you're lucky, you'll be married before you're my age too. All right, keep going.
Maybe. Okay, so let's say I take here.
Okay.
I think the chess stands are preparing. I'm just kidding. You'll be fine. But be careful.
I'm fine. All right. So now we talked about this. So now let me ask you this. And this is I know I'm supposed to be doing this on my own, but I'm a complete idiot when it comes to this. If you were in my position, obviously, if you were forced to use one of these pawns, I would assume that this would be the best one to take, because at least with this one, you're still protecting your knight in case anything else flops out here. Like if the queen moves here, you're protecting. So the smart play, if a gun was put to your head and you had to use one of these two, this would be the better one to attack with than this one.
So you're saying this one is better
than this one, because with this one, you're protecting you're blocking your knight in case this queen somehow gets here.
Some very creative explanations going on there.
It's either a yes or a no.
Yeah, I think one thing you do is you make simple things complicated, like you could have just...
I do the stock market. It looks simple, but it's complicated.
Yeah.
It's like dealing with women, right?
Yeah, no. Dealing with women is a skill that, I hope you'll learn one day.
I'll never get that.
Yeah, you're just...
It's like if you played chess, but every time you came back, you finally thought you mastered it. You came back and all the pieces were different. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough here. But I honestly, you lost me with your explanation, because you're concerned about this knight that isn't doing anything. I think you should actually try to maybe simplify it a little bit and not think that deeply. Which
I tell that to my wife every time I ask her what she wants to eat for dinner.
To not think that deeply? Yeah, I mean, look,
I'm just asking you what you want to eat.
Your wife is a saint, okay? She deserves nothing but praise. I honestly don't know how she puts up with you. But
I just hope the kid's mine.
Do you have a kid?
Oh yeah, can you imagine?
No. You have a little stocky?
Right? You want to see her?
Yeah, actually, because I don't believe it's real.
Okay, come here, hold on.
I'm watching your stream.
I just like to do this to bait donos. Hold on.
I don't believe you. Wait, your chat is saying it's true. Oh my god. Did he just pay a wife and a kid as actors to bait more donos? I'm actually curious, because that would be very five-head. Yes? Okay, her name is Aurora. Aurora is actually a very pretty name.
She has her little Batman outfit on.
Oh, she's real.
Hey, hi.
Oh my gosh.
Batman.
Oh, okay, yeah, she's actually adorable. You got very lucky.
Look, Daddy's losing at chess. Hi. Little cutie.
You didn't name her after ACB, right?
No, I own a different weed company.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, baby. I'm sorry I'm using you as a toy. You can probably play chess better than Daddy.
Aw, are you gonna teach her? Are you gonna teach her how to play chess, by the way?
I know. Oh, I should probably take you off stream, because it's gonna make the girl very sad, because she's never gonna have one of you. Okay,
that's not true. I actually have a baby in the other room that I have to take care of. So. And trust me, Andrea has a lot more work. She's like 10 toddlers. Donos for Aurora. Mod check. Okay, I guess he is a dad. I mean, he has a lot of dad jokes, so I'm not too surprised. That makes a lot more sense now. I hope she'll grow up okay. He seems like he has a very caring wife, so that's very lucky. I didn't ditch Andrea in the airport. She got lost herself. So, big dad, big baby. I should hire actors to play my family for one day.
All right, we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, why do you have the evaluation bar on? You should turn that off.
What's an evaluation bar?
You see that little bar at the side that tells you who's better in the position? Because it'll
This thing?
Yeah. So in the little knob in the right corner that says evaluation, turn that off.
In the right corner.
Yeah. Come on, it's not hard for you to turn things off. Just click the evaluation tab.
Where is that at?
It's the little green notch under analysis board.
Oh, it's not. That's not a corner.
Yeah, I mean it's the corner of one of the
That would be a
squares.
corner right there.
All right. Well, I'm
moving
glad you got it. Okay, cool. So, night takes.
I can expand this. Hold on.
Yeah, you can
Oh, no,
make the
I
board
can't. Never
bigger.
mind.
You can make the board bigger.
Oh. I don't know how. That's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, can you help? Wow, you're probably not really good to talk to about making things bigger. Okay, go ahead.
I honestly don't even get that joke.
And we keep. Yeah, I bet you don't. All right, can we keep going?
Yeah, it's actually you can drag it in the corner, but it's probably already on the maximum size.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, you know.
Here we go. Wait
Sometimes
for it. Wait
it's on
for
the
it. Go ahead.
maximum size,
I'm
but you
waiting
still
for
can't
it. Go
see
ahead. We're never gonna get to this lesson.
Okay, so honestly, stop overthinking. Usually you want to take with pawns towards the center. That's kind of a general principle, but either of these are probably okay here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it with this one.
Okay, perfect. So if it was your turn again, what would you play here as white? Right click.
If it was my turn again?
Yes. I'm being polite. I'm giving you one more turn so that you can see the threat.
One more turn, what would I play? I mean, I would probably... I would probably put this bad boy here.
Or
because then
okay.
My next move would be either you move this guy here or he takes him there, and then now the queen's backing him up, and then you can't take the queen. Oh wait, no, this guy could take him. Never mind. Okay, so then if that's not the case, then it would just be simply take him.